Hello, everybody. My name is Jonathan Carlisle Altman. Welcome to Jonathan Carlisle Altman's Outside. This is the disclaimer part of the video. It's the part of the video for the disclaimer, and I think the title of this one will be Disclaimered. This is... Okay, so I have a mental illness. Now, what right do I have to complain about Bo Burnham's work, implying that he has a mental illness? Here's my problem. His big revelation, which is not one, is that he had panic attacks. Now, instinctively, I want you to understand that panic attacks are a serious thing that needs to be taken seriously by someone dealing with them, but it's not necessarily, it's not really about mental illness. It's about mental health, but just like, the easy comparison was like comparing like someone who got the flu really bad with someone who has full-blown AIDS. That was the comparison that my mind and my heart jumped to. Like, I feel justified saying something like that. I got bipolar disorder, you got panic attacks, enjoy your fucking cold, you fucking mook. But it's not really fair. Like, I don't want to be a gatekeeper sort of person. People's mental health is such a private thing, it's an individual thing. You can't tell someone that their experience is invalid. Unless that person's Bo Burnham, and they have a pattern of lying and misrepresenting themselves with some notion that the ends will ultimately justify their means. Here's what I mean by that. I'm just going to go down Bo Burnham's Wikipedia entry, okay? I'm going to do it in my brain. You can follow along if you feel like it. Bo Burnham grew up privileged. Privileged. His dad owns a fucking construction business. Some kind of construction. He grew up privileged in a very white place. He went to private school. He got the best available in his area, and it was a white area, so the best available was pretty damn good. When he was 16 years old, he blew up on YouTube. Blew the fuck up on YouTube. All because of a privileged upbringing and opportunities to develop that were themselves a privilege. That's fine. That's fine. A lot of people are like that. Bo Burnham at 18, he's finally legal. He went to a stand-up showdown where he caught the attention of Judd Apatow himself. The man, the myth, the kind of schlubby-looking man. And Judd Apatow, he was enthusiastic about Bo Burnham's talent. That's what had happened. And so Bo Burnham had his Hollywood foot in the door, and he kind of, what did he do? He did a special for Comedy Central, his first official special, probably youngest person to ever have a special, I think. And he made that special. Pretty sure, just like all Bo Burnham shows, there was the area where the piano is, and then sometimes he would do something at a different part of the stage before going back to the piano. And he told someone of, evidently, again, I'm going from the Wikipedia entry. This is going to be, you're going to have to follow along. He said that the aesthetics of that show for Comedy Central, with the very minimal use of the stage, it was to honor the online community. It was the honor the online community that he came from, that he wasn't a part of anymore because he was in Hollywood, but he wanted to honor them with his lack of experience with stagecraft or videography or filming anything. He said that in like 2008. Oh, my totally static performance, it's to honor the online, like, other people online who don't know how to point a camera. Probably there were a lot of people in 2008 who knew how to point a camera properly who were also using the internet. It was a thing already, but it established a pattern, and that's why I'm here today. It established a fucking pattern for this guy that has been eating me up the more I've been fucking looking into it. Because a couple years later, someone from a Detroit newspaper asked Bo Burnham about his rapping. Bo Burnham likes to do songs sometimes that he says are rap. And someone asked the white kid, who didn't seem like much of a rapper, what was the deal with those songs? What was with those rap? And his response was, can you guess? He wanted to honor the history of hip-hop. If you watch any of his raps, and I don't know if I actually want to edit anything in here, if you watch any of his rapping, you will notice that he is honoring the history of Gilbert and Sullivan, Meredith Willson. That's the history. I don't think that they are included in normal discussions of the history of hip-hop. I know a whole bunch of actual hip-hop artists who have more viable punchlines in their actual hip-hop songs than Bo has in his fake ones that are themselves asking us to laugh at how they're not. Oh yeah, he's not a touch white guy. Ha! Then there was a shift. 2013, he had another special. In 2013, he started having panic attacks on stage, which is called stage fright. Now, this is the fucking gatekeeping part. Panic attacks are a serious symptom of a mental health issue. Stage fright is absurdly and comprehensively addressed by the professions that encounter stage fright. It's like, there's resources, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't think he availed himself of any of those resources, because some of them are going to a fucking acting class or auditioning for like a regular production. And that's the sort of shit that's not a... Bo Burnham's not about that shit. He doesn't need to take an acting class. He's Bo Burnham. He got touched by the hand of Judd Apatow, so he's Bo Burnham. He doesn't need to do that shit. He went to an overpriced therapist so that he could talk through why he thought he was having panic attacks. And he started to feel better about himself. Dog, if you didn't figure it out while you were doing stagecraft, I don't think you're gonna suddenly not have panic attacks while attempting to do stagecraft. I'm here because this isn't about a cold and full-blown AIDS. This is about a guy who broke his arm. He broke his arm, and it was in a cast for 6 weeks. For 6 weeks, he had to figure out how to live with his arm in a cast. And then he made a movie about how difficult it is to do a Bo Burnham comedy special. That's all it was. It was another in a line of identical comedy specials, except this time it was about how hard it was to do that special with no arms. And he made the movie about that because he saw people on the internet who didn't have arms, and he felt pity for them, and he thought he should speak up on their behalf and pretend not to have arms. And that's what he fucking did in that special. All those little candid moments, that was Bo Burnham pulling his goddamn arms inside of his fucking shirt. That was it. When he's giving himself the Charlie horse, that's his arms in the shirt. 90% he looked up self-harm on the internet, and he found someone who was like, one way I stopped from cutting myself by giving myself a Charlie horse. And Bo Burnham's like, that's perfect. That's not gonna hurt bad at all, but it'll look dramatic. Punch fucking dickhead. And here's the only... I watched that movie twice. I watched it once by myself, and I liked it. I thought it was funny. I thought it was pretty funny. I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to take seriously, but I thought it was pretty funny. And I watched it with my dad, because he likes music stuff too, and I was like, you know, it's not really about mental health, because he shot it in sequence, and he grew a beard, and you can track his productivity over time, and you can tell that he's accomplishing his goals steadily as he goes along, and there's no truth to the idea that he's having a big mental breakdown, because we can see he's written the material ahead of time. He's editing as he goes. But, sitting there with no fucking arms. And I'm watching him do this shit. And then I watch him start the songs, and he's back to... And then the song stops, and he jump cuts to this again. And I'm like, why are you doing this? It's because he checked out your social media, and he decided that the trials and tribulations that you were going through, he was going to honor them by pretending to be going through them. And I let him get away with it. He could have gotten away with the whole fucking thing without having to face any of this shit. There's no disclaimer to save you from this one, Bo. You didn't have enough disclaimers, I guess. Here's why he gets this. Because of the Hollywood Critics Association Awards and how he chose to accept his award. Now, I watched his special, and I had accepted that he had both of his arms just fine. He didn't really understand what he was doing. But I saw that maybe other people who didn't have arms, or who had lost a hand or something, maybe they were getting something that justified the lie. and the way he had stolen other people's authenticity for himself to give himself a shield from anyone criticizing how he had a really good, productive pandemic. I saw people getting something from it, and I was effectively silenced by the people who did not want that nice time to end. And I was effectively silenced by the guy appropriating any authenticity I could offer for himself beforehand in a way that I didn't. And then September, October, Hollywood Critics Association Award came up, and he accepted it in this manner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Robert Pickering Burnham, that's you, right? What the fuck you got your fucking arms in your sleeves again, you piece of shit? What the fuck are you doing? Do you even know or care? I checked. I hoped it was a fluke. Or, I checked the Hollywood Reporter, and no one reported that you had been put on a 72-hour involuntary hold. I checked your social media for the time that you produced that film and the time after and the time of its release. You didn't seem to be having any serious issues during that time. It seemed like it was pretty methodical and strategic use of social media. That doesn't really sound like someone who deals with mental illness at all or understands it. ...2016. Bo Burnham releases another special. It's the same, but a little bit different. And he steals something from someone who has a real mental illness. A black artist who has a real mental illness. He stole something from that artist. And this is how he did it. And I want you to know before I get into this, I helped him do this. Okay? I didn't speak up for shit. I helped him get away with this, so we're clear on everyone's culpability here. He said something to his audience. He said, I went to Kanye West's most recent tour, the Yeezus tour. And Kanye West did something very interesting or strange at the end of his show. He did this thing. It was kind of a rant, kind of a song. He had auto-tune on his voice, and he had an instrumental underneath, like this one. And he talked about his problems. Race, power. His $90 t-shirts weren't selling very well. That was most of it. And I was watching him do this, and I thought, I could do that. Now, my problems aren't as high stakes as Kanye's, but I've got problems. And then he goes on to do a pale imitation of a genre innovation of Kanye West's. He takes it right from him, grabs it. Even the title of the track, it's Kanye Rant, parentheses. Because of the $90 t-shirts, that's what made it okay. Now, that $90 t-shirt joke, it was 2016. That was 4 or 5 longer years too late to be a bad Leno joke. And he used it to just take that whole thing. Like, I was thinking about, like, Back to the Future, like, it. Chuck Berry came up with that song, though, right? I can't remember. Was it Marty McFly or Chuck Berry? Was it Kanye West or fucking Bo Burnham? It was Kanye West. He stole that. He stole it, and he stole it in service of a song. It starts with kind of jokes, kind of what Bo Burnham thinks are jokes. The first one is about how he can't fit his hand inside of a Pringles can. He has an enormous amount of trouble fitting his hand inside of a Pringles can. He can get his hand about a third of the way into the can. He has trouble with Pringle cans. This is the part of the song where he's doing simple, relatable humor. He's trying to balance, in a satirical way. If he was doing a proper satire of Kanye's song, it would be like, these are the sorts of problems that aren't as important as race or power. But they're also the sort of problems that aren't. Because the point of the Pringles can thing is like, nobody can do this, huh? Put your hands up. See all these hands that can't fit inside of a Pringles can. Now, I'm 5'11", and I do have, you could say I have a little bit Donald Trump hands, but still, that's all the way. This is a reminder, Bo Burnham is 6'5", and him singing a song about how no one can fit their hands inside a Pringle can is just, it's kind of funny, because it's like him singing a song about how everyone can hit all the keys and all the chords on a piano. Like, no, you got that because you were 6'5". Like, that's like me singing, hey, anyone doing this little routine with a Pringles can had to wash that Pringles can twice, and they still... I have a real choice here. I knew it was coming. My point was, I have weird personal things that made me wash that can with soap multiple times just so I wouldn't have greasy hand. But I'm feeling it. I got something from it, and I don't want to cut the video, but I don't want to power through either. Did I have the point that I was making? He ripped that shit off from Kanye West, and he did it poorly. The thing about the Pringles can, it's not universal humor, it's not good humor. The next thing, he's a Karen about ordering a burrito. He goes to a place to get a burrito, and he's mad that the person making the burrito puts too many things in it. Now, they probably put too many things in it because it was Bo Burnham. Maybe they recognized him and wanted to help him out. Or maybe it was just a good burrito place where they get lots of fillings and stuff. But he's so frustrated because the burrito that he ordered every ingredient for himself wound up being too big for the tortilla. And since Bo Burnham's never made food for himself ever, he doesn't understand how a tortilla works and what its tensile strength is, so he's mad at the person making the burrito for fucking it up. That's his relatable humor. And then the rest of the song is him blaming his audience of fans for giving him panic attacks. Look at the tall white kid with a steadily declining mental health, and also he's 26 years old. Bo Burnham refers to himself as a child up to maybe when he finally turned 30. He stopped doing that. He's 6'5". He should have been adult since he was 11 years old if he was black. So I have a lot of trouble with a 20-year-old Bo Burnham calling himself a child when, no, you're tall enough to be an adult fucking 13 years ago. That's the race part of this whole thing. So he stole the thing from Kanye West. Kanye West has mental health problems. I was big on Kanye West until those mental health problems got more and more prominent, and Kanye seemed less and less interested in addressing them. He's under an amazing amount of pressure on all sides, but it's hard. It was hard for me to watch while I was struggling with my own mental health problems. I couldn't be a part of watching that. A lot of people love to do it. Like people who watch Keep Up with the Kardashians, who probably loved all the things about his mental health, but I couldn't do it. And so Bo Burnham came along in 2016 with that fucking song, and I really liked that song. Because I didn't know what I was doing by liking that song. What I was doing was letting this fucking hack get away with ripping off a black artist who had a mental health disorder just like me. And I let him get away with it because it was easier to digest this white boy singing about nonsense than it was to face the difficulties that Kanye West represented. I let him get away with stealing that shit. I don't want anyone to lose that. I helped him do it. But I was a fan when Inside came out. I counted myself as a fan. I liked a lot of those songs. Until I realized there was nothing underneath any of it. Until I saw him accept that award, and I started to wonder if this person knows enough about anything to care about anyone. And my conclusion is probably not. I know that he knows enough about the words needed to appear to care about things, but that's it. And I'm gonna do this project to show him what it looks like when you let a mental health thing drive something. It's gonna be a mess. Some of the parts aren't a mess, that's by design. When I decided to do this, I looked around for inspiration on how to handle a movie by yourself, and good sorts of practices for one's mental health in that process. And I looked at Bo Burnham's Inside because he doesn't have any fucking mental health problems at all, except fucking arrogance. I don't know, some compromised narcissism. I don't know, whatever that shit is, where he makes disclaimers that he thinks shields him. I don't know if it's just an incantation, if it's Wiccan or whatever. But I looked at what he did. He had a whole bunch of songs. He had a whole bunch of music videos. He was able to accomplish knowable goals as he went along. And then he filled in the cracks with bullshit. And now mine's going to be very similar. I know I have knowns going forward now. I started the day with having to watch that fucking special for the third time and pretend like I wasn't me, fully me. That was called acting, Bo. I was pretending to be a character that didn't know who the fuck you were, didn't know what the fuck your problem was. I have mental illness. I'm not mentally ill. And now I'm going to start the fucking proper disclaimer after all that stuff. This Hi, my name is Jonathan Carlisle Altman. Welcome to Jonathan Carlisle Altman's Outside. this is the phase of the movie where I'm gonna do a simulation of kind of, if you want to see what it actually looked like when I made a movie while I was mentally ill, that was it. Everything was deleted within months of getting out of the hospital, and some of it was deleted before I even went in. Some of it was just lost because I left it outside in a hard drive in the rain. But this is more like, the stunt has been going on since October. The stunt of putting myself in the headspace of being in a crazy state of mind, a psychotic break, all sorts of schizoaffective features. I thought I was part of I was leading a task force investigating culture for mental health things. But it featured a lot of celebrities and a lot of my feelings mixed with real life. It got weird. It was a parasocial sort of issue where any parasocial relationship was opened up for, from my end, regular social. That's where the toxic comes from. Those parasocial relationships opened up into as though they were real relationships, which they weren't. But that's what I'm about to do in this movie thing. And it's going to ultimately, the best way to describe it is just like a diss track, like an extended diss track mixtape, using Bo Burnham as the inciting incident. Bo Burnham wasn't the inciting incident for this project. The inciting incident for this project was the pandemic. And I'm having to navigate it with a job that doesn't really care about me, and certainly doesn't care about me enough to let me have a livelihood while working there. Anyway, I just want people to know that this is not something you should try to replicate. It's going to be really specific to me. I gave all that background information so that I can use it and that you can use that kind of more, it's a bad word to lose, lucid, a more lucid description of events, because I'm about to simulate not being lucid. I took a lot of acting classes. That's most of the skills I have. That's probably one of the most developed ones. For me personally, this will ultimately end with something that I want to use as an audition piece. And that's kind of my way of, if nothing else I do here matters, is there any point to it? Even just saying it out loud, that's obviously just what I'm doing. It's that same kind of shield yourself with a disclaimer. Oh, even if you think all of this is nonsense shit, it's about that. But I am about to go off the reservation. I know there's a moment in the last few minutes of this project, in the last few minutes of today, when I'm going to give a thumbs up, and that's going to mean that the stunt is over. Okay? Just like a real stunt man. I'm going to give the thumbs up. You're going to know that I'm in danger, and the thumbs up going to let you know that what you've just watched was a simulation. I'm not about to go back to the hospital. And I've planned it enough where, right now I'm looking at notebooks, scattered notebooks. And I have some idea what's going into this thing that I'm about to do, but it's going to happen in the next 6 hours. It's going to happen in the next 5.5 hours of what it actually winds up being. Because I got a lot of material. I got probably longer, material-wise. But we're gonna get started. I'm gonna go wash this atomized Pringles grease off of my hand. And I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get ready to spit some fucking fire. Because that's really what this is. Like, it's gonna be like a roast, sort of. I've got some songs in there. I've got some words to a whole bunch of different people and a whole bunch of different subjects. It's gonna be something I'm gonna have to weave at the moment. The other thing is I might break character too. I might bounce out of this thing for a minute just to, maybe I'll laugh at myself over something ridiculous I've said, or just, I don't know how it's gonna go. But I hope it's not disorienting. And if it makes me seem more crazy, then like I kind of resent that, but I can accept that. The other thing is there's gonna be hate speech in this. When I am in the middle of a psychotic break, every law certainly governing what I say is out the window. And those are the laws I impose on myself. I like black people. I don't want black people to think I'm a piece of shit, so I don't say the N-word. You know? It's that kind of thing. I'm going to say the N-word here. I'm going to say as many of the words as I can within the context of what I'm doing. And I'm telling you that because I'm putting this stuff on YouTube. And YouTube, as a platform, has standards. And I can't use this platform if I don't adhere to those standards. So I'm going to be censoring out. I'm just going to cut the sound. I'm not going to make a beep, I don't think. Maybe. Depends. I'm saying this because I want you to know I'm really saying the words. I'm the only one here, and I'm going to censor them later, so I could claim that I was just moving my mouth and I wasn't making any sound. I'm going to be making the sounds. They're going to be fully voiced hate words coming out of my mouth. And I have to accept that when I stop being crazy that I said those hate words. And I have to accept it now because I want to represent what I've got to represent. That was a fart. There's fart jokes. If I happen to fart, I'm not big on fart jokes, but if you think fart jokes are funny, I might fart. So yeah, that's where we're at, and I'm gonna come back in a minute, and we're gonna get started on the shit proper. I've been writing since October. There's a lot. Guardrails. It's something. There's guardrails on the project for my own mental health, because this project isn't worth compromising my actual mental health. And you want to say? Oh, I thought it would be cool if instead of streamers we call them stream jockeys. Jonathan Carlisle Altman's Outside is a limited series featuring zero interaction from the creator. I am not gonna fucking tweet about this shit. I'm not gonna be on your TikToks. I'm not sliding into any DMs. Once this shit's done, I'm gonna go back to work. And while I'm at work, I'm gonna have to edit this shit into something that resembles some like what I want. It might just be too much boring shit, but this boring shit is for people. You like podcasts and shit? Here, I'm making my own podcast. It's a podcast. Turn off the video. It's a podcast. Is it good now? Can you believe the revelation in episode 1 of that podcast or chapter 3 of that podcast? Oh my God. Yeah. Before this gets started, I'd like to say a special thank you to Idris Elba for your work, specifically Beast of No Nation. The weird vocal tics of that character he did. Been doing it a lot, and it's gonna come up a lot. Yeah? Huh? I just didn't want I didn't want that to start up too much before I gave proper credit, you know. Like Bo Burnham stole that fucking Kanye West genre innovation, and then when he did it again at the end of his special for Inside, it wasn't parentheses Kanye West anything, it was just Bo Burnham. Get your fucking hands up. Hey Bo Burnham, when I get back, I'm gonna make that song of yours relevant to modern society that real people experience. Hold up. Get on out of your seat, eyes on me, eyes on me. Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seat, eyes on me, eyes on me. Get your fucking hands up. There, I made your song socially relevant as a gift, because I'm about to take one of your other songs. Song is honestly something. Keeps me up at night. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Bo Burnham likes to seem complicated. He's not complicated, I can explain it pretty easily. Have you ever been to a regional stand-up showdown? One of those stand-ups sits his ass down. He fucking kills it, the beater of Weird Al's. Clever as Mencken, test great with white gals. His only weakness is when he stops singing. So he played queer, then he ripped off Kanye's thing. Now he's getting anxious to exploit mental illness. Fucking asshole, I must be psychotic, I must be demented to think I'm not worthy of any attention. Some of that money you work really hard for. I slept 6 years while you open sold out tours. My drugs disruption, I'm in full relapse. I ain't getting paid to correct all of your crap. It's all a delusion. I need to wake up, I need to wake up, wake up, wake up. Fart in bed, Some people thought you funny. How'd you take those people's money? Proclaiming art is dead. Suicide cult shit. Carlisle rolls in his ashes. George Carlin was cremated, you poser fucking idiot. I know you're a pretty parrot, and I'm just a mean canary, but you can't learn anthropology from a rhyming dictionary. Now you've got all the streaming rights, when you could have fed a family of gaffers for the amount of time you plainly needed gaffers. That's not mental illness, Bo just needs a fucking gaffer. Disclaimer's not your position. Ironic white anthems, misinformation. Just a songwriter rhyming his intent. 40 syllables, no enlightenment. Fantastic artist, overreach artist, piece of shit artist, falsifying artist. But he's just a kid, he's not a kid, you're not a kid. You still haven't grown out of it. It's honestly something. Keeps me up at night. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Bo Burnham likes to seem complicated. He's not complicated. I can explain him pretty easily. Have you ever been to a regional stand-up showdown? One of those stand-ups sits his ass down. The Bieber of Weird Al's, clever as Mencken, tastes great with white gals. His only weakness is when he stopped singing, so he played it queer, then he ripped off Kanye's thing. Now he's getting anxious to exploit mental illness. You fucking asshole, I must be psychotic, I must be demented to think I'm not worthy of any attention. Some of that money you work really hard for, I subbed 6 years while you open sold out tours. My drug's disruption, I'm in full relapse, getting paid to correct all of your crap. It's all a delusion. I need to wake up, I need to wake up, wake up, wake up. Fired in bed. Some people thought you're funny. How'd you take those people's money? Proclaiming art is dead. Suicide cult shit. Carlin rolls in his ashes. George Carlin was cremated, you poser fucking idiot. Now I know you're a pretty parrot, and I'm just a mean canary, but you can't learn anthropology from a rhyming dictionary. Now you've got all the streaming rights, when you could have fed a family of gaffers for the amount of time you plainly needed gaffers. That's not mental illness, Bo just needs a fucking gaffer. Not your position. Ironic white anthems, misinformation. Just a songwriter rhyming his intent. 40 syllables, no enlightenment. Fantastic artist, overreach artist, piece of shit artist, falsifying artist. He's just a kid, he's not a kid, you're not a kid. You still haven't grown out of it. I did it. Fucking did it. I mean, I still gotta edit all that stuff together, and maybe I have to make a better recording, but I fucking got it. I got everything I needed. I fucking did it. Sense of accomplishment built right into the thing I'm doing. I don't even need anyone to see it to feel like I have accomplished something. Do you see how much I resent Bo Burnham spending the pandemic doing everything he loved and presenting it as though he were experiencing anything like anyone else was experiencing? Here was my pandemic experience. I was a catering assistant that suddenly found himself delivering meals to the quarantine dorms without proper PPE. How was that related to my job of being a catering assistant? I was on the payroll and they weren't gonna let me sit at home, collected money for doing nothing. So I went to work and collected less money for going into quarantine zones My pandemic experience was the next semester being back on salads and having to listen to 4 other people at the salad department who all hated each other talk to me about all the reasons they fucking hated the other ones. While everyone from the manager on down just fucking collapsed under the weight of fucking their imminent mental health problems. Guess what was on the fucking billboard for that fucking building? Yep, it was some bullshit about needing to be crazy there, or they'll teach you, or some crazy bullshit like that. That was my pandemic experience. Bo Burnham, you made that movie, Bo Burnham: Inside, during the pandemic. Do you want to see what I did during the pandemic? There. I painted die-cast Hot Wheels Star Wars vehicles different ways and colors. I was inspired by my own mental health problems and the memory from 2018 when I was in a mental hospital and I got really into coloring. That's what inspired that. Those are actually all available on Etsy. You can buy one. It's totally random. I'm not going to put each one up for sale. That would take forever. But yeah, you can pick one out, or probably not. You probably just you order it from Etsy, and then I'll send you one of those. Guess how much they cost? $90, bitch. This song is honestly something. Keeps me up at night. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Bo Burnham likes to seem complicated. He's not complicated. I can explain him pretty easily. Have you ever been to a regional stand-up showdown? One of those stand-ups sits his ass down. He fucking kills it. The Bieber of Weird Al's, clever as Mencken, tastes great with white gals. His only weakness is when he stopped singing, so he played it queer, then he ripped off Kanye's thing. Now he's getting anxious to exploit mental illness. Fucking asshole, I must be psychotic, I must be demented to think I'm not worthy of any attention. Some of that money you work really hard for, I slept 6 years while you open sold out tours. My drug's disruption, I'm in full relapse. I ain't getting paid to correct all of your crap, it's all a delusion. I need to wake up, I need to wake up, wake up, wake up. Fired in bed. Some people thought you're funny. How'd you take those people's money? Proclaiming art is dead. Suicide cult shit. Carlin rolls in his ashes. George Carlin was cremated, you poser fucking idiot. Now I know you're a pretty parrot, and I'm just a mean canary, but you can't learn anthropology from a rhyming dictionary. Now you've got all the streaming rights, when you could have fed a family of gaffers for the amount of time you plainly needed gaffers. That's not mental illness, Bo just needs a fucking gaffer. Disclaimers, not your position. Ironic white anthems, misinformation. Just a songwriter, rhyming his intent. 40 syllables, no enlightenment. Fantastic artist, overreach artist, piece of shit artist, falsific artist. He's just a kid, he's not a kid, you're not a kid. You still haven't grown out of it. I did it. Fucking did it. I mean, I still gotta edit all that stuff together, and maybe I have to make a better recording, but I fucking got it. I got everything I needed. Fucking did it. Sense of accomplishment built right into the thing I'm doing. I don't even need anyone to see it to feel like I have accomplished something. Do you see how much I resent Bo Burnham spending the pandemic doing everything he loved and presenting it as though he were experiencing anything like anyone else was experiencing? Here was my pandemic experience. I was a catering assistant that suddenly found himself delivering meals to the quarantine dorms without proper PPE. How was that related to my job of being a catering assistant? I was on the payroll and they weren't going to let me sit at home collecting money for doing nothing. So I went to work and collected less money for going into quarantine zones. My pandemic experience was the next semester being back on salads and having to listen to 4 other people at the salad department who all hated each other talk to me about all the reasons they fucking hated the other ones. While everyone from the manager on down just fucking collapsed under the weight of fucking their imminent mental health problems. Guess what was on the fucking billboard for that fucking building? Yep, it was some bullshit about needing to be crazy there, or they'll teach you, or some crazy bullshit like that. That was my pandemic experience. Bo Burnham, you made that movie, Bo Burnham: Inside, during the pandemic. Do you want to see what I did during the pandemic? There. I painted die-cast Hot Wheels Star Wars vehicles different ways and colors. I was inspired by my own mental health problems and the memory from 2018 when I was in a mental hospital and I got really into coloring. That's what inspired that. Those are actually all available on Etsy. You can buy one. It's totally random. I'm not going to put each one up for sale. That would take forever. But yeah, you can pick one out, or probably not. You'd probably just you order it from Etsy, and then I'll send you one of those. Guess how much they cost? $90, bitch. This is the part where someone's gonna have to fucking start a Genius page just so you can keep track of who I'm talking to and what I'm referring to, because I guarantee there's not another fucking person alive that's gonna be able to keep track of this shit. I want to say something before we get started too far. Just letting you know, I don't believe that Bo Burnham has a racist bone in his body, okay? I don't. I know I accused him of stealing from Kanye West, a mentally ill black man. I don't believe that Bo Burnham has a racist bone in his body. What it is a subcutaneous membrane. It was developed after the Civil War. The northern states looked, after the Civil War ended, they looked down at their southern brethren and they thought, geez, those racist bones are snagging. They look unsightly and unseemly and very gauche. They said things like that back then, maybe. And so they got to work. They used the best science of their time, which was barbarism. They went and they looted a bunch of dead bodies from Gettysburg of exclusively people they could see, mostly Southern, but a few Northern soldiers who had retained the racist bone. It was sticking out awkwardly. Racist bone, it's right. Is it on? I think it's on the... No, it is on. It's on my right side, the racist bone. If you've got it, you can sometimes feel it right here. There should be... I don't know how many ribs I've got, but between one of the ribs, if you feel on a racist person, there's like an extra, like it's not sinew between them, there's a bone. And it used to protrude weirdly. It would get caught on things and you'd see someone walk through a doorway and it'd be like, that person's racist. Because you could see it. It was a bone. Yeah, everyone could see it. It wasn't this like metaphysical opinion of things. Anyway, the northern states, specifically Massachusetts, they had been successfully with, I can't remember what, they wore a particular kind of garment, and they convinced everyone it was high style, but what it was like it kind of like, it shifted the racist bone against other bones, so it would appear that they didn't have racist bones. Massachusetts developed that in their textile industry. They used like whalebone back then to give it structure around the racist bone and still hold it against it. But they were always innovating. That's the capitalism, you know. That's the American way. So Massachusetts, they went to Gettysburg and some other battlegrounds and mass graves, and they just collected as many of those bones as they could. And they started seeing if they could take the essence of the bone. They value the bone. That was the trick. Like, they didn't want to get rid of it. It's not like it was vestigial. This was a useful fucking, you look at someone, you know they're on your side immediately. It was great for them. But it became a liability after the Civil War. They didn't want another Civil War. They certainly didn't want to look like hypocrites to the Southerners because they're busy like, haha, you fucking idiots, you lost your slaves. Fuck you. You're a fucking racist. And so obviously you don't want to have a fucking racist bone sticking out. People be like, what about that? That petticoat thing I was talking about, it was falling out of style. They saw the writing on the wall. So they went and looted those corpses, and they ground up those bones, and they started their experiments. Started with animals, I imagine. I think they'd take white rabbits and try to get them, except, I don't know. Their science wasn't really great. Eventually, they'd gotten good enough at making a gelatinous membrane out of the ground up bone that they started injecting. It was basically like a tattoo. At first, they thought maybe if we just get it deep enough into the skin, it'll provide all of the benefits, like the unearned superiority and intellectual mental gymnastics. Those are the features of having that racist bone. If they could get those same features in a really discrete form, then they would win. You know, they'd be able to lord it over the Southern racists for their racist bones, and then they could turn around to their black neighbors and be like, what are you doing in this neighborhood? I heard there's a great one across town, and you can trust me because, see? That's what they believed at the time. And they developed the process, and I know that the first experiment was really famous because they took a white guy and he wound up, I'll tell you what, they didn't realize that they had to go under, it had to be subdermal. They had to get past all of our layers of pigment, or a person could wind up a race other than white. And boy, there was a big dust up in the fucking Massachusetts state legislature when this came to light, that they had turned a white man wrong. Anyway, that guy is still, the descriptions of the time are kind of funny because it's hard to even understand what I think they said, the man came out like a cross between and an with some kind of hovering around his eyes. It was real poetic like that. Like, I don't know. Obviously, they used bad language back then. But they killed him right away. They killed him in terror. And he was just immediately, as soon as he glanced down at his skin, he was trying to suicide himself anyway. So everyone involved decided that experiment should be destroyed. And it was. But they figured out what went wrong. They had messed with the dermal layers. They didn't really understand pigmentation that well. They just knew that dark was bad. And they thought grinding up the bone would make them more white, but it didn't because it's a racist bone. So it's got some sort of, I don't know. there's something in an amino acid somewhere that reflects some kind of wavelength. I don't know the details, but I know that ground up racist bones are not white. They're a pretty dark brown. And eventually they got it right. They got it right. The first one was, I can't remember. Shit, isn't that funny? I cannot remember the first one who got the subcutaneous racist membrane. Subdermal. Subcutaneous is like fingernails, isn't it? The subdermal racist membrane. I don't know who the first one did, but they found a way through selective breeding all throughout Massachusetts. Everyone was involved. Everyone was enthusiastically involved in this process in Massachusetts, every single person. They figured out a way to develop this at genetic level. Well, long before real genetic engineering was even possible, no CRISPR or anything, they managed to get, within a generation and a half, fully functional subdermal racist membranes that could protect white people from accusations, unfair accusations. The subdermal membrane is not a bone. They don't have a racist bone in their body. That's a factual statement that they could use at any opportunity possible. The membrane is made up of, it's got like, I think it's like 20, 30 times as much material as a racist bone. A racist bone is fairly small. They needed to grind up a lot of those courses to make these initially. And now it's just like, if you look at someone like Bo Burnham, he's tall, but he's really, really skinny. And that's because some of the energy that was used while he was growing up was to build out that much. Like, he probably has a version of it. That's the one downside, is Massachusetts people, osteoporosis is a bigger problem. They have calcium loss just to support the membrane. But that's it. And it's nice because overt racism only has a few possible interactions, and someone with the membrane can now have interactions that you have to get, a lot further into the interaction before you even realize that you're dealing with the membrane. And things kind of bounce off of it in weird directions, and it seems to like shield them in certain ways. It seems like aerodynamic. I don't know. It's a cool thing that a lot of northern territories adopted. New York, upstate New York, they shaved down the racist bones for a while, and then they just started growing them back out. They're just growing them back out now. But Massachusetts, I'm not sure if it's the same. Maybe the membranes have made it better there. The point is, I don't think Bo Burnham's racist. He just has a membrane made up of 30 to 100 racist bones that he's barely aware of because it was genetically provided for him. Just like he doesn't know why he enjoyed learning piano. It's because his long goddamn digits could hit all the fucking notes, and he found endless satisfaction in getting the things right. It was very encouraging to sit down at piano and be able to physically do all the things that some people have to spend a long time just training their hands to stretch out as far as Bo Burnham's are when they're closed. So I wanted to emphasize, anyone who's worried about race or power, that I don't think Bo Burnham's racist. And I won't call Bo Burnham a racist. I don't think that's true. Bo Burnham directed two comedy specials for black comedians. So that's not a racist thing. Okay. Before I forget that I have this. bought a suit for this project. I bought a suit so that I could look official. And I'm gonna get changed right here because it was the one, like I was already really personally honest, and now I'll have to be honest about the state of my body, and it's a shame to me. So I'll be ashamed while I do this, but that's so that you can feel like you can be like, oh, his back looks gross as fuck, and I agree. Or he's chunky as fuck, and I agree. But I wanted to just kind of do that thing where an artist just tears himself open. And I did that a couple hours ago, and that hurt. And this is kind of the counterpoint to that, or the complimenting part of that. I thought about, like, I mean, should I jerk off on camera, like get all that shit? But, like, it doesn't matter. I'll just blur that stuff out if I mean, I'm not gonna jerk off on camera. There's enough jerking off. As far as honesty, I use like a forward back motion. If you want to imagine the penis is like I'm holding it in my hand like that, or like this. Sometimes, yeah. I just don't think there's a lot of honesty or candor available outside of like people who want to watch me jack off. But like, fuck those people. Like, I'll release something on Pornhub for those people at some point, but it's not about this project. Anyway, here, I gotta get changed now. I immediately sucked in my gut. This is also the part where I'm going to phase into just talking directly to celebrities, so you're not disoriented. This is the disclaimer for that part of the project. That's what we're coming up on now. So in that spirit, hey Christian Bale, I took lithium for 3 years so that I could portray someone who struggles with mental health and the weight gain associated with taking lithium. No, seriously, Christian Bale, I tried to lose weight. I tried to lose weight before I did this project specifically about me being a mentally ill loser who doesn't have his life in a particularly good order. I still tried to look a little bit healthier. So like this is my normal procedure for blowing my nose. Like I do the nostril thing. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be like, I'm always embarrassed to do it, so like I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some feeling and be like, oh, that's fucking weird and fucking gross. And yeah, kinda, I guess. I mean, it's my nose, I don't mind.
did stand-up comedy for a few years. I guess I'm gonna bounce in and out of the. There's two personas, right? There's a persona where I'm just on camera and talking in a camera the way I don't normally do it. I don't normally talk to cameras that much. That's a persona. And then there's the persona of myself having a serious mental health crisis. And that persona's gonna come up in a bit. But this is kind of my time before I get to that point. I do want to mention again, this, at every stage possible, safety was the priority. When I did this while I was actually crazy, I would say things like that, but I wasn't really capable of making any of those decisions. I am right now. I'm not as prepared for this as I could have been, simply because the holidays and this project were combining to make things extra unpleasant mental health wise, and I scaled back my investment here so that I could do this with at least some solid mental health behind it. So I'm sure this could be more entertaining if I was a little bit less hinged, but hinging is, hopefully the project doesn't hinge on how unhinged I actually am. I've got a seatbelt belt that I got from Amazon.com. It was like, my cousin reminded me it was a fucking Hot Topic item. That was those people who had seatbelt belts. I just fucking love a seatbelt belt. I love stupid novelties like that. I guess it's about time to tell you about this suit. I found this suit on Amazon.com, and it was $79.99. I thought I'll get a cheap suit on Amazon, and then I'll get it tailored so it won't seem so cheap. And actually, it was on sale the weekend before. It was right before my pay was coming through, right before one of my paychecks, and it was on sale for half off. And I could have technically afforded it, but I was worried that if I got the suit at that point, I thought if I got the suit, then I wouldn't have enough money in my account to deal with like bills, like random bills. So I didn't get it. I waited until payday, and then by that point it was back up to $79.99. And I consider myself something of an optimist. So I say that this suit is twice as fancy as it might have been. You know? If I had gotten it on sale, you would have been able to tell. Presumably, if I had had the extra money to get it tailored, you would have been able to tell that, but I'm sure someone will have a good time being able to tell that it's not tailored, and all the reasons that it's plainly not tailored. So I'll be surprised if I don't rip at least one part of this before the end of it. I did stand-up comedy for a few years. That was one of the things that delayed me from having any critical thoughts of Bo Burnham, because I saw when he came on the scene, he was so impressive as a young man doing all those things.
And I saw stand-up comedians who are notoriously horrible people with horrible professions and horrible relationships to their fan bases, even the good ones. I saw them reacting to this guy who, you know, it doesn't seem fair for a stand-up comedian. I did it for a while. I can see how it wouldn't seem fair. You go to a showdown of stand-up comedy, and some kid comes out with a half-clever song and kills it because it's a song. It's a good song. People like listening to good songs, especially after listening to a bunch of goddamn stand-up comedy. I specifically resisted any critical words about this really talented kid because I didn't want to be a hater. And I didn't want to be a hater. You know what I mean? Usually the things we hate are representative of us in some way. Told you it was fancy. This piece of fabric is all ornamental. It's there. I wonder if this pocket is open. It's not. It is. Nice. It's a big fucking thing. You know, a big fucking tag. I didn't want to be a hater, so I wasn't. The stuff that guy was doing was pretty neat. Until he came for me. See, here's the thing. I tried to look back at what show he was probably at, what Kanye West show, and it was probably one of the Madison Square Gardens. And I don't know that I got video of that. I got video of one of his shows, one of the Yeezus shows. I'll put some of it up. It's lovely. It's just lovely. It's a guy who's he's really trying to give his audience something from himself, right from himself. As ugly and confusing and complicated as that stuff can be, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to give something from myself. But Burnham, you said that you were making a movie that was about the pandemic and mental health stuff. I saw the exact same show you've always made, and then the interstitial stuff was not as good either. Like, remember when you first started and you would just rip off really basic jokes from like joke books? Do you remember? You would do your songs, and then you'd go do like, haha, there's a joke from like a joke book. And then you'd back to your songs, and the songs were mostly just like a lot of jokes from joke books and shit. You know how you don't really have a comedic voice, you just have like talent that you like throw shit against the wall, and then you play it beautifully. What happened to the gay stuff? What happened to the gay stuff, pal? You decided you didn't want to do the gay stuff anymore because someone called you out on it, and you said it was honoring the history of gay stuff, and then you stopped doing it so much.
Someone asked you about your rapping, and you said you were honoring the history of hip hop, and your next special, you were honoring the history of country singing. And what'd you do? Country singing, modern country music is bad. I'll just get right to it, man. I'll get right to it. It's not fair to leave you waiting. Now, I already told you about the Hollywood Critics Association Award. Want to watch that again? Actually, let's do some. Why don't we watch the 2018 year? That was when I knew that I was onto something with you.
Bo Burnham for 8th grade.
Look at that posture. So humble.
Thank you very much. To the other nominees in the category, have fun at the Oscars, losers. No. No. All right, no.
Fucking over. I'll pause it on this side in case it's not. Do you see what I mean? He was 28 years old. He had just won an award for a movie. Do you know what that movie was? This is too much, man. I don't know how to fucking deal with it. 2016, okay? Bo Burnham releases a special where he blames his fan base for giving him panic attacks. And he decides, I'm not going to do live shit anymore. I'm not going to do these anymore. Because I don't understand anything about anything. I'm not going to do this stuff anymore. So what did he do instead? He went and made a movie. He decided he could make a movie. Here's a question to Bo Burnham's girlfriend. At what point in your relationship did Bo Burnham look at the thing you devoted your life to and said, I could do that? My problems aren't as high stakes as whatever this bitch's problems are, but I could make that movies. Here's a question. Did he make you think you were the one encouraging him to do it? Did he, like, get you locked into that? Just curious. I'm just curious. I'm just asking questions, you know, like Joe Rogan. Writers write what they know. Good writers write what they know. Whatever they're writing about, they bring themselves to it. And Bo Burnham wrote a movie about an 8th grade girl who is unsuccessful at social media. She thinks penises are gross. She's not about those other girls. You know the ones. She navigates around those mean boys that want to make sex things at her. And then at the end of the movie, with all the agency available to her, which is zero, because she's a figment of a man's imagination, she decides she's not gonna put things on social media anymore and not be unsuccessful, or maybe she spent part of the movie being successful, I don't know. She decides not to do it anymore. Does anyone else notice that that's a movie about a young girl becoming more acceptable to Bo Burnham? And Bo Burnham attempting to groom specifically 8th grade girls into his way of thinking and his line of purchasable materials? Here's why I ask. Bo Burnham had a song in 2013, I think, that was called Kill Yourself. Now, before you get the wrong idea, do you have it yet? Okay, we can proceed. Bo Burnham wrote that song because he looked around at the girls that were talking about feeling so inspired by Katy Perry's music. He looked at them and he said, "No, I don't like that." So he wrote a song about it. And he wrote that song for the many, many, many more girls who are desperately looking for something that's not in the mainstream like Katy Perry. And what he provided was Kill Yourself, which was a song about how if you ever find yourself listening to a pop star for life advice or real things, you should just kill yourself. What he meant was Katy Perry. He meant that if you listen to Katy Perry and you think she helps you personally, you should kill yourself. If you go to her for, oh, you had a bad day, you go listen to some Katy Perry girl power anthem and you feel better, you should kill yourself. I helped him get away with it. I did. It was a pretty good song and it was pretty funny. It had the usual array of clever words, cleverly arranged. And it wasn't until many years later that I finally got the proper context for that song. Part of that context is the movie 8th Grade, where Bo Burnham identified a real personal need to go groom young teenage girls into his way of thinking. Remember my story about the acting stuff? It would be less creepy if he wanted to fuck them. It's more creepy that he thinks he can mold their philosophical outlooks and worldviews to his liking. Like the whole movie of 8th Grade, like, here's a girl actress pretending to be a plain, unpopular girl, and that's the part that makes it so unacceptable to Bo, that she's a failure on social media. Like her existence bums him out. I read a really interesting article about people who stream on Twitch to just like 5 or 6 people or less. And it was interesting. There's things going on with those interactions. There's interesting stuff about those interactions that people are having. But that's not where Bo's at. Bo's just like, oh, what a fucking loser. Except in his head, he confuses that as empathy. Like he'll keep the mean things inside of his head, usually, and he thinks that's empathy. Or something, I don't know. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, y'all. I swear to God, if anyone takes what I'm saying seriously at all, you don't need any more material. You just watch it unravel. Like the guy's nothing but threads. It's just a ball of threads. They're not even wrapped around each other. It's just you pull one and it all collapses. Honoring the history of 8th grade girls being targeted for entertainment. I think 8th grade girls should stop being in movies. He did the same thing. He did the same thing as he did with Inside for 8th grade, and he bragged about it. That's one of the other details. He bragged about it in interviews. How'd you get such realistic dialogue? I went on the social media pages of teenage girls and took their authenticity for myself. That was it. And he said that as a good thing. fan base. Alright, here's one. You know that song you did? I'll just go through bit by bit as we go. You did the song about Welcome to the Internet, which is hilarious because you were born on the internet, so how the fuck could you possibly hope to have any insight about the internet as an entity? To quote something that's already overly quoted, how are you gonna fix time if you're standing in it, you dumbass, ass and ass, three-dimensional dummy? Okay? What that means is, how are you going to understand the internet when your entire career and professional existence and personal wealth and privilege is built up through it and entrenched within it and weaving in and out of it? One of the only honest things in that special was where you're describing your exact approach to using social media, and it's just a cynical fucking don't use it unless you need it, get in like it was a fucking war zone or hot zone or biohazard, and get out, suit up, and that's what your social media looks like, dog. And it's clear in that fucking song, Welcome to the Internet, because you don't seem to fucking know what's going on or what makes the internet the internet. Colored pencil drawings of all the Harry Potter characters fucking each other. Colored pencil? What the fuck are you talking about? Bo, Pornhub's been hosting fully animated CGI videos of all the characters fucking each other and trolls and monsters and shit. Bo, that's on the first page of Google search. And that's not the only one. It's a good looking one. Look at that dingus. They gave you a nice proportional dingus. It's so nice of them. Can everybody see Bob Burnham's dingus? I'll bring it up. Welcome to the internet, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the colored pencil drawings part. If you're gonna look at porn from like cartoon characters, the colored pencil drawings are like the bottom of the gallery every time. There's so many better options. Is he on DeviantArt? Is he ordering it for himself? Is he commissioning a colored pencil drawing so he can say, see, I was telling the truth. Welcome to the internet. I know something. I don't get it. It was kind of funny at the time. That's not the only picture. This one's
Look at that facial expression. That's a good facial expression for that picture. Oh boy.
I only found two. They were on the main results page. I guess if I clicked through, I might have found more, but I just couldn't. I couldn't convince myself to do it. Plus gallery. Okay, here we go. So Bo Burnham. Oh, come on. I watched your movie special. And I liked it just fine. It was fine. Hey, Bo Burnham. Remember those Katy Perry fans? Well, I went on reddit.com/r/Bo Burnham for one day. One day it was back in, I don't know if I can find out really quick. It's the same album as the dick pictures. It's kind of disorienting. I think in November. I went on there to see what people are doing with your art and material. And I guess I'll just read some of the posts I found. Thanks, Bo. My anxiety and depression have been so bad lately, and the only thing that calms me down after meds is to watch the special again and sing along. It's literally saving my life. Carry on, I suppose.
Here's a comment. I see you, friend. I'll sit with you. We can sing along together until we both feel better. It's not really how you handle anxiety or depression, but okay. Very nice. I see you and agree 100%. I returned to Inside a month ago when things got really bad for me mental health-wise. And although it's turned into a bit of an obsession, I feel so much less alone when I watch and listen to Bo. I love that Inside doesn't try to provide any resolution, really. It just shows me that the way I experience the world isn't singular, and the anxiety I feel isn't unique. It's like Bo has said in old interviews about 13-year-old girls telling him after Make Happy shows that they felt just like he did. Knowing that your problems aren't unique and are shared across demographics can really change your perspective in a good way. Sorry I'm rambling now, keep it up. And if Inside is helping, then you're clearly a good egg. There's a good point. I forgot, that girl that you mentioned in interviews. Make Happy. Was that the one? I thought it was 2013. You did something about mental health, something, and some fan was like, "Oh, I identify with that." I can't remember. I hope you're happy. That special on Netflix. I hope you're happy. That's Make Happy, right? Yeah, you're a piece of shit. Yeah. No, but you are. Yeah. Because that's not real. That's that Katy Perry shit, you know? These people should kill themselves. You know what I mean? From one stranger on the internet to another, I hope you find lasting happiness, friend. That's the problem with depression. Where's the lasting happiness? Their response was, it's here, just clouded by depression. Hopefully it'll show itself again, but thank you. See, they're not actually helpful or supportive. They're just saying shit that sounds like it is. You know what I mean, Bo? Here's where I start to get involved. Also, Gary Winghart, Johnny Carlisle, Stasis, maybe? I've doxed myself for you. How do you all do it? Being a new fan of Bo's work, I'm wondering how the long-term fans have handled the long hiatuses between projects. 3 years. You must have all lost your shit when he announced Inside. I'm sad that I did not discover him sooner, but in my defense, when he first posted on YouTube, I had 2 very young babies. They definitely took my attention away from everything, lol. It's a struggle. I was hoping maybe he'd be a bit more active during this hiatus, but alas. Maybe he will emerge when the Sesame Street movie comes out. He did the music. Last I knew, and certainly at the time of this, it hadn't happened yet. I'm gonna try to make sure it doesn't fucking happen, because I don't think he should be interacting with children in that way. Trying to shape their minds. I don't think he should be interacting with children in that way. Without a co-writer. Sesame Street Workshop without a co-writer with veto power. Get Bo Burnham a co-writer with veto power for any Sesame Street shit. When he immediately walks away, go get Brett McKenzie or any of the other people you should have called first. Regarding the lengthy hiatus, I commented, I like that it gives me time to reflect on whether Bo Burnham has ever had anything unique to say, ever. And I saw him take the experiences of people he found on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and Snapchat and WhatsApp and YouTube and tried to take their authenticity for himself. He slapped that shit in between the songs he already had written that largely had nothing to do with this new narrative device, and he shat that shit out once it was done. And it worked. Worked like goddamn gangbusters. So now I'm really glad that I have time to utterly dismantle his entire gimmick in front of as many people as I possibly can, whether anyone wants me to or not. The gimmick is he was a smart kid that had a solid vocabulary and a rhyming dictionary, and that's it. His worldview is a 16-year-old's. Still. His talent is no longer a 16-year-old's, so I'm no longer impressed by it. You're still sitting in the same center of the fucking stage, Bo. You're still sitting in the center of the fucking stage. I really appreciated you shooting some camera angles. How dynamic. I really appreciated what $3.9 million means to the end result. Here's what I left on that one. The one that said, it's literally saving my life. You know, the sort of person that Bo Burnham would tell to kill themselves if they were saying that about Katy Perry, another empty-headed pop star. Just like Bo Burnham. Here's my response. As gently as I could. What if it turned out that the CD was good, but the special was actually really terrible and also terrible for mental health? How might you respond to that? Would you have learned enough good lessons from that movie to easily handle the news that it wasn't what you thought it was? I mean, I know the actual answer to that question already. I'm just asking people here to start considering the notion that this thing isn't good for mental health at all, and it's actually the complete opposite. If you're leaning on this crutch to keep from toppling, don't click on anything with my name for the next few months. Jonathan Carlisle Altman. I've been seeding some grandiose, symptomatic sorts of things online. I don't want to use that as a shield for anything I've said, but I've definitely used that as a license to post things like that. Grandiose, sort of. I'm really gonna do something about this situation, you know? Bo Burnham is the only thing to help the night terrors currently. I can't even explain how awful my year has been. I can't even explain how awful my year has been this year. My dad has terminal cancer. My brother-in-law took his life and we found him, and I've been struggling with my teaching role. Is it strange that the only thing that seems to make me feel human this year so far is inside? I just can seem to connect with Bo on so many levels. Sorry about the 3 a.m. vent. He's been getting me through, and I know that you would all understand. I'm so sorry for your year. Bo seems, I guess it's a pun. Do you have a fabric? Whatever. Bo seems to be helping so many people get through so many things. It's really kind of beautiful. Healing the world with comedy, making a literal difference. He is truly healing the world with comedy. I'm so sorry you're struggling. I'm going to try not to use that voice. I'm so sorry you're struggling. I feel your pain. My dad had a stroke last year, and my uncle has terminal cancer, and I'm caring for both of them right now while juggling college work. Watching Bo seems to calm me and calm my mind. Can't really explain why. It's really comforting and like a safety blanket. It has been more helpful than my therapist currently. You are not alone. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I watch A Therapist Reacts to Bo on YouTube, and his wholesomeness helps too. I didn't watch that shit. That therapist sucks. The therapist has no fucking clue what world he's living in or what its fucking boundaries are. So how the fuck could he help anyone else? Again, with no personal experience. Oh shit, this is the one that sucks. This is it, Bo. This is the inciting incident for your fucking section. Are you ready? This is a post by Bella Puppy 05. If I refer to Bella Puppy 05 as a her, I apologize for gendering, but it just sounds like a really girly fucking name. If I was taking it literally, it would be like a 15, 16-year-old girl, right? Someone who was groomed 3 years ago by the movie 8th Grade, maybe? Title. Cue the rapid stream of downvotes. I do not like that funny feeling. I just am curious to know if anyone shares my feelings. I don't really feel like it's depiction of derealization. I don't really feel like its depiction of derealization makes enough sense for people to get the point. The lyrics feel very thrown together and seem to bounce around a lot in terms of the point they were trying to accomplish. I don't understand the absolute gawking over the song or really the point of it in terms of Inside as a whole. It feels out of place to me. Perhaps that's the point, but I was wondering if I could be enlightened to the meaning of the song for you all, or if you agree with me. I don't think it will ever become my favorite song, Bo song. Kill Yourself is near and dear to me, as well as Goodbye. That's the post I showed up to that day. Robert. How do we think your fan base handles it? Your fan base, the one you blamed for giving you panic attacks and shit. The one you trained to think, what? That Bo Burnham had their best interests at heart. He was doing things for them to help them. Robert Pickering Burnham. If you'd want to help people during the pandemic, you'd have released music videos throughout the pandemic. There wouldn't have been a special. Maybe you would have been able to do a special about the people you helped from just working and showing people that you were working and not trying to lie to them about the nature of that work. Robert, I am stuck in my room. I'm still stuck in it. I will be stuck in it at any point when people notice this thing. I'll still be stuck in my fucking room. Inside. I generally prefer it at this point, I guess. You could have helped people without pretending that you were those people. You've been ripping everyone off. And you finally found the one that's not gay or black or a girl. You'll just pretend you're that. And then if anyone questions you too closely, you'll say, that's my persona. That's their persona. I'm just, you know. You and Kevin Spacey. No, I don't, my art doesn't require me to share from myself. Well, your art is pretending that you have any insight about yourself, and you don't. Mellow Puppy 05. I'll give you my response first, because it's laced with frustration and barely restrained sarcasm. I'm sorry. It sure seems like your post is trying its very best to notice that Bo Burnham didn't have a fucking point in that song. Your version of events has... Jesus fuck. I just found your favorite Bo Burnham songs. Kill Yourself and Goodbye. Please, for your actual real-ass mental health, find a new genre of anything to enjoy. Robert Pickering Burnham is not a source of insight or functional worldviews. He's a fucking prop comic. That funny feeling doesn't make enough sense for people to get the point, because the point was that Bo Burnham has emotional depth. And see, this song emphasizes how Bo Burnham has emotional depth. That's it. Down, vote away. I'm just trying to tell people to get off the bandwagon boat, because I'm about to torpedo the whole fucking thing. I forgot bandwagon boat. Just so I could say torpedo. All right. So that's the comment I left before reading the rest of the comments. And now I'll read some of those for you. I think That Funny Feeling has very pretty lyrics and a lovely tune, but I also can't bring myself to level it up to the top. And with Phoebe Bridgers covering it, I think the hype has really increased. So they mistook the original post as like, how would you rank this song, instead of like, this song doesn't seem to be about fucking anything it's claiming to be about. To lightly disagree, I think the lyrics are supposed to bounce around. To lightly disagree within the thing that he's already showing that they're disagreeing. I think the lyrics are supposed to bounce around and feel bizarre, disjointed, and a bit nonsensical. That's the vibe of the song, and it communicates that effectively, in my opinion. The point was not to have a point. That's a Bo Burnham kind of answer. I'm reading one of them, and it's like, this person could listen to that Jeff Bezos song that says nothing, and they'd give like a whole fucking term paper on what it means. That's the kind of fucking interpretation they're giving you. They're giving it to you. They're very generous with you. Your fans are very generous. They imagine that you have a lot of emotional depth. Ready? That's where I take the fucking flamethrower out, dog. This is Vin and Geary? Vin and Jerry, maybe?
Is a response to Bella Puppy 05 asking about that song that didn't mean anything, and did anyone else notice that didn't mean anything, despite claiming to mean things? Derealization is a mental state where you feel detached from your surroundings. People and objects around you may seem unreal. Even so, you're aware that this altered state isn't normal. You are in a dream or fog. A see-through wall or veil is separating you from your surroundings. The world appears lifeless, muted, or fake. Objects or people look wrong, blurry, unnaturally sharp, too big or too small. Sounds are distorted, too loud or too soft. Time seems to speed up, slow down, or stand still. I hear many examples of this in the song. I saw that comment, but I didn't see Bella Puppy's 05's response until after I left my comment. And I noticed that Bella Puppy, the original poster, had a comment on her own post that had been downvoted so much that I didn't see it without clicking on the plus sign. Here's what I found. Bella Puppy 05. I know what derealization is, as I've experienced it before. I guess I just don't agree that the song portrays what I've dealt with before. Perhaps hearing other people's stories would help me understand more. And no one responded to her. Except they did. They responded to her by downvoting her. And I've heard a lot of bullshit on Reddit about what those upvotes and downvotes really mean and what they're actually for and how they're totally misused by noobs. And no, you use an upvote and a downvote the exact way you would expect someone would use those tools. Bella Puppy 05 was downvoted into silence on her own post for responding to a textbook copy and paste definition with real thoughts and feelings. That's on the Bo Burnham subreddit. Reddit.com/r/Bo Burnham. Burn it to the fucking ground. It's no better than whatever Trump did. Maybe not that bad, but. Now, obviously, once I realized what was going on, I was only there as like a field trip. You know, I was being a real Bo Burnham about things, just exploiting these people's authenticity for my own gain. Here I am. So here's my response to, let me get his name right, Vin and Jerry, because it's a dude. Remember, he was the one who gave the definition. I hear many examples in the song where he's like describing any song. You ever experience it? You think Bo has? The song is nothing. It's a comedy song clown telling you to take his tears real for real this time. I'm sorry, I'll take that back. It's a comedy song clown telling you to take his tears for real this time because this time they're real, for real. A clown doesn't need your help. He had a $3.9 million budget for all sorts of therapy he could use for more lyrics for his shit songs about a character that hypothetically has a mental illness that has zero impact on his 15-year career as a really great prop comic. Mental health was the only way that memberness cunt could figure out to feel marginalized for real. He could feel marginalized without people complaining that he was pretending he was marginalized. Bo Burnham, what's with the rap? It was to honor rap. Bo Burnham, what's with the fucking country song? It was to honor the country song like fucking Dolly Parton. Everybody agrees on Dolly Parton, so I'll mention Dolly Parton. What about the fucking Dixie Chicks, Bo?
Again, Bella Puppy 05, downvoted to oblivion for saying the following. I know what derealization is as I've experienced it before. I guess I just don't agree that the song portrays what I have dealt with before. Perhaps hearing other people's stories would help me understand more. And my response after finding her, after she was silenced, was thus. You had 6 downvotes when I found you. Now don't you worry for one fucking second, Bella Puppy 05. I got you. Jonathan Carlisle Altman. Tell me something fucking right now, Bo. Bo Burnham, Robert Pickering Burnham, tell me something. Who's got Bella Puppy 05's back, dog? Who's got their back, man? Is it you? Is it you? Because I'm pretty sure you would tell her to kill herself if she was talking about Katy Perry the way she's talking about you. All those people, if they were talking about Katy Perry, you'd tell them to kill themselves. Who's going to put it together before I do? Who's going to notice this fucking scumbag is clocking dollars that belong to Kanye West? Your song in that fucking special does not meet the requirements for parody or fair use. You stole a real musical innovation and you claimed it was for satire, and it wasn't. You gave some stupid, bullshit personal complaints that only related to you and were as delusionally self-absorbed as anything we've seen from Kanye. And then you just went further. You did your complaints just like Kanye. Oh, my little steadily declining mental health. When did you think you're problematic? You don't know shit, dude. That problematic song is just shit. You know what I mean? There's no self-awareness. There's nothing. There's a weird pantomime of self-awareness. It's fucked. Bella Puppy 05. I will probably never make something as calming and entertaining as something that Bo Burnham makes. But I'm gonna try. I just have to get out of this fucking halfway house first, you know what I mean? I gotta drag myself out of this halfway house. I'm gonna fucking rip the skin off of Bo Burnham's back to pull myself out of here. Hey, Bo Burnham, do you like jokes? Hey, Bo Burnham. With your art, it's like you hold a mirror up to society and you force that society to confront its fascination with featureless reflective surfaces. Hey, Bo Burnham. With your art, you hold an 11th grade social studies textbook from 20 years ago up to society, and you read aloud the parts that rhyme. That's some regular generic humor for you. It's a normal format. I looked at your list on Wikipedia of your inspirations, and I have to imagine that most of those were cited under duress. Like someone's like, hey, I noticed that you're ripping something off recently. And you're like, oh, that's a real inspiration. Like, does anyone not, if anyone doesn't know, Bo Burnham himself is a shitty American knockoff of Tim Minchin, who is a really fantastic musical comedian who understood his own limitations in all the ways Bo does not. He's a better actor than Bo, and he still doesn't try to act as much as Bo does because he understands that he's not that great an actor. Which he's not, but he's still pretty good. Bo's not. Bo's a terrible actor. Did you notice in the movie Inside when he pretends to be upset about things? Like, yeah, that's not good acting.
my first time watching that, I was mostly confused by just how terrible his acting was. And I'm like, I don't know what's real or not, because all this seems really, really fake. And then I was like, oh, none of it's real. And his whole persona's fake, so, oh. The point was, I just checked my notebook. Anthony Jeselnik was one of your citations, one of your influences. And I want to point out to that,
Have fun at the Oscars,
you
losers.
used, that was what you were doing when you did the 2018 Hollywood Critics Association acceptance speech. The problem that you're running into is Anthony Jeselnik is good at it, and he knows how to sit with it because he has the personal fortitude to invest in the persona in a way that you're not capable of doing because you're an amateur fucking kid in your head. So that's what's so terrible. That's what makes that fucking acceptance speech so fucking terrible. Because you can't just sit with the fucking joke and you still felt like you needed to make the joke. So what is there? There's nothing real. It's just the fact that underneath that, you're a real insecure piece of shit. And you really are a fucking piece of shit. Anthony Jeselnik, for the fucking 6 months I was interested in his comedic stylings, managed to do better than that. But yeah, he still sucks. And so do you. Well, Burnham, I gotta tell you something, man. You've got an opportunity here. I'm giving you an opportunity. Let me tell you the tale. Let me speak you the ballad. Let me weave you the web surrounding Owen Benjamin. Do you even know who that is? I think it'd be hilarious if you didn't. Because I barely. Owen Benjamin had a dream, and his dream was to be a tall person who got attention. And he was living his dream. He was living his dream, and he was, his parents were college professors. That's a full class above the likes of me. College professors, he was a tall guy. I think he did some sports. He had popular friends. There were also a class, you know, that slightly upper classish. And he worked his way through college, and he moved out, I think, to California to pursue his dream of doing stand-up comedy. He did stand-up comedy for a while. And he was doing all right for himself. People were excited about him back home. My dad wouldn't shut the fuck up about him because he had him in his classroom. Our friends on Facebook or some shit. Owen Benjamin had a style. He had kind of shitty stand-up, and then it was supplemented by he'd go around to a piano. And he'd do some stuff on a piano because he could play piano. He was a tall guy. He had that finger spread that you need for piano. And then, you know, he went to the same school as me. I know their music program got cut pretty bad. It wasn't a private school, it was a public school. We faced a lot of cuts before we even got here, before we even got there. So it didn't have the foundations were not strong for his plunking. But he did like, I think he would do like, hey, every song sounds like Canon and D. Here's some songs that sound like Canon and D. Like that sort of humor. That was what he was doing, probably 2008. Right around the time you hit the scene, man. He was making some kind of life for himself doing that shit. And Bo Burnham showed up. And it's funny, I feel like I could put Owen Benjamin into your exact circumstances, I'd probably come out with something closer to Bo Burnham. But it didn't work that way. We were the underdogs in that equation. He had no hope of matching your fucking skill. Maybe it was talent too. I think you might be, I don't know who's taller. I don't know. He could not compete. He got one movie with Anna Faris. It was a big deal. He did something in the vicinity of Christina Ricci and went out with Christina Ricci for a brief time. That was the biggest thing to happen to his career, was just being associated with Christina Ricci for a little while. He came through at one point, and my friend worked at Burn Dairy, which is a store. Sells like gas and dairy products and like a regular store. And he saw Christina Ricci in there. That was it. That was the end of that story. Big deal in a fucking shit town like this one. But you boxed him out, man. People saw Bo Burnham and they were like, oh, Jesus, that's what a musical comedian looks like? What are we doing listening to these fucks talk about how everything's canon in D? Let's listen to original music. It's cool, man. I thought you were cool. I thought if you got a co-writer or a collaborator at any point before 2013, you could have turned us all around, but it's too fucking late now. You're fucking worthless. I'm gonna burn you to the fucking ground. When I tell a story, I like to pepper threats to Bo Burnham into that story. It's a theme. I'm trying to honor the history of people making wild, grandiose threats on the internet. Just trying to honor the memory. I've got 3.5 hours for this segment. That's it. I'm not comfortable with that. So just when his career was starting to pick up some steam, you came on the scene. And even though I don't think you did much touring or like, it's not like you were going to open mics to see what worked, or I don't think you did much of that. Right? That was the whole fucking narrative about all of the fucking appearances I saw you on. You're from the online. You're gonna tell us about how the internet works. Welcome to the internet, you dumb fuck. You boxed him out, man. I don't know how else to say it. He wasn't a good enough stand-up comedian without the piano. And he was not even close to being good enough on the piano to compete at all with you. And as soon as you showed up on the scene, I'm sure he probably felt like a fucking idiot showing up with that piano, where people might be expecting him to do something other than like the one classical song he had to memorize when he first took piano lessons, you know what I mean? Like, that was the kind of piano player he was. Like, my parents paid for a couple of years of piano lessons at home. It wasn't... He got himself a TBS show. I'm sure that Sun is in the name. Now, I don't know, or I never watched it or anything. But he got himself on TBS, and that's kind of the dream of a comedian. He'll turn your job into a job that'll sustain you for longer and isn't quite as demanding long term. But he wasn't talented. Talk about problematic. His acting experience was a show called Gay Town, which I'm pretty sure was an internet-only show about bad stand-up comedians putting on gay lisps to make their content seem relevant to a society that was a bit gay crazy at that point. So there's a lot of similarities, Bo. But he didn't have even a quarter of that fucking membrane that you do. He'd been shaving down his bones, and they had entered the bloodstream. And I have to blame you for that. Once you showed up, I think you started shaving them harder, or something went wrong. He wound up with chunks of racist bone in his bloodstream. It's too bad. We got a black president, and he decided that he didn't like that idea. He was on board with everyone questioning I don't know. What was everyone thinking, making a black person a president?
He lost his audience to you. So he went for the other audience. The audience of people that are quiet around liberals and won't shut the fuck up when they feel like they're safe from anyone criticizing them. And that's what Owen Benjamin became, was just another talking head idiot who was willing to say things about blacks and Jews and Mexicans that everyone else likes saying when they're racist. And they've got racist bone fragments swirling around their bloodstream. And then he started growing his bone back out. And he got deplatformed for asking the real questions, that sort of thing. And as far as I know, he's still, I think he got a show on one of the racist ones, one of the racist platforms. And last I heard, he was, people were protesting his efforts to build himself a compound out west. Just a compound, you know, like you do. Now, I'm not saying that this is a cautionary tale. I'm saying you did this. Your shitty songs radicalized that guy and all of his fans. Is it worth it? Your fan base, Bella Puppy 05 said they still loved the song Kill Yourself, even though they were casting themselves as the subject of that song that was being told to kill themselves. And I think the truth is that they just thought that your capacity to insist on your own unique, special, elevated status, I think they just thought that was transitive. They would just translate over to them. 'Cause here's the thing, I saw some, is that fucking, run some of that. It's the fucking promo for that fucking bullshit. It's funny to see those internet streamers and that quote on your Wikipedia about you honoring the online community, because you don't consider yourself part of that, do you, dude? You don't have to, because you went from the online community and you were put in a Judd Apatow's harem of young men who offered him any talent whatsoever. Robert Pickering Burnham, you were part of an experiment that Judd Apatow was engaged in. It started with Freaks and Geeks, Seth Rogen, Cardellini, Franco, Phillips, Siegel, Starr, Foster. Children exploited for entertainment purposes. He loved it. He liked taking their authenticity for himself, you know what I mean? And then with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that he really liked the men. He really liked helping them grow into men and figure out what they wanted to do in Hollywood. Like you. He plucked you out of that stand-up showdown, didn't he? And he tried to put you in that movie and wound up with something like, oh, maybe it'll be a spin-off or whatever. You know, it was just shit. It was all shit. I was excited to see it, man. I wanted you to succeed. Especially because I was having a tough time myself. I knew that if I If I wished any ill on you, it would be just burn through my soul in fucking a few months. And what did you do? You got free ride to the Tisch School of Arts, deferred. I don't want to go back to college. I'm already good enough. Do you want to be a movie star, Bo? You could be a movie star. Nah, I don't really want to. Good, because you can't act for shit. You're not an actor. You're a terrible fucking actor. LeBron James is a better actor than you are. But you still took that and you managed to, I don't know, you could have written a movie instead of 8th grade. You could have written it about all the streamers and all the Twitch people and the pro gamers and the YouTubers, all these youth that are finding themselves thrust into the limelight and the spotlight and money and recognition and money and money. You could have written using what you knew to tell a story for that generation of people that is right there. And you know why you didn't? Because you don't think you're one of them. Same reason you think you can write a song called Welcome to the Internet. Because you don't think you're one of them. You think you snuck in under some fucking bell. The bell rang like 10 years before you showed up, dog. Those fucking streamers and shit singing your praises, do they know the contempt you have for them? Do they have any fucking clue? Because I do. Write some more fucking disclaimers, bitch. I'll fucking cut right through them. The era of you giving disclaimers to justify all of your content, that's fucking done. You're gonna be Dr. Disclaimer by the end of this fucking video. I'm just kidding. I really was not organized enough for this thing. I really had to take too much time away from it. Things were better organized last month, but I was in a worse state last month, and I couldn't sustain it for a whole fucking month. That's what happened. Bo Burnham, you self-actualized in a room by yourself with $3.9 million at 30 years old. By the way, I can't help thinking that you wanted to finish it before you were 30 so that you could use the disclaimer that you were just a 20-something when you made it. Tell me I'm wrong. Or tell me I am wrong because there was no you trying to do it by 30. I just love that you had a countdown to your 30th birthday and you were like, you turned it into a fucking pity party. I just fucking love that shit. Those streamers singing your praises. They should kill themselves. Hey, Judd Apatow. Seth Rogen's doing real good. What about Cardellini? Why doesn't she have a production company? Does she not want to have one? Was she not interested? Was she not encouraged at all? Was she there for what she could provide you? Instead of what you could gift to her in form of, I don't know, man. I'm lashing out as this video goes on. It will be just a sad, angry man lashing out at everyone. That's the point. That's my arc here. And I probably have more material on Bo Burnham, and I'm just not going to get to it. Let's find out. The Bill O'Reilly sequence where you're giving yourself a Charlie horse, I liked that. The fact that you clearly didn't experience anything related to what everyone else did with the pandemic, where we all lost our jobs, like the things that gave us purpose and money and opportunity, whereas you got to do your job with money and opportunity. It's worked out great for you. I loved my favorite bit of news is of it working out for you was when there was rumors you being cast as Larry Bird in that fucking Adam McKay thing. I love that because Bo Burnham is 6'5" and Larry Bird is 6'9", and at some point, I hope someone realized that Bo Burnham doesn't have the acting skill or talent to make up for those missing 4 inches. And he's definitely unwilling to drill basketball to the degree required to convincingly portray that character. Like if it was, I can't, forget it. I was gonna do another like if a method actor took the Bo Burnham method, it would be to just like, hey, did you hear about Christian Bale and The Machinist? Yeah, he passed on that. That's the kind of sacrifice Bo Burnham's about. Seriously, Sesame Street, get him the fuck away from that. He can't be trusted with that talent. He can't be trusted with lyrics, especially lyrics directed at children. I'm being really fucking serious. I know some of this is like jokey. Get him a co-writer with veto power. Watch him walk out the door. Get someone better. Tim Minchin's really good. He's really responsible. Here's a long written out. Here's one. Bo Burnham, the Kanye rant. I want to really express to you why I think you're so shit for doing that sort of thing. Ready? As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left, cause I've been Latin so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch out where you're walking. You and your homie might be lying to chalk. I really hate to trip, but I gotta load. Something, pistol smoke. I'm the kind of G the little homies want to be like on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. I know there's another verse, and then there's that. Minute after minute, hour after hour. The point is, when that song came out, I was 12 years old. And the household I was in didn't like to hear those kinds of sounds. That tone of voice. That race. I was discouraged from being so goddamn excited to hear that song. I'd only hear it on the radio. I didn't have any Coolio CDs. And here's what I wanted to demonstrate. As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain. That's all I got. I liked that song too. I thought it was funny, and I thought it was a good way to... It made me... I was allowed to listen to that one. And if you don't know your fucking history... Coolio didn't enjoy that Weird Al parody song that Weird Al released to capitalize on the popularity of Coolio's song, Gangsta's Paradise. Weird Al released a song called Amish Paradise, where he dressed up in an Amish costume and talked about Amish things. I don't think he talked about institutionalized rape and incest, but you know, he was making a comedy song. And Coolio wasn't cool about it. And people weren't cool to Coolio about not being cool about it. I was a 12-year-old white boy. That was honestly one of the first rap songs I'd ever heard. I'm sure there were rap songs on like Rum DMC and random shit, but I didn't recognize it. That song meant something to me when I heard it. And it was a breakthrough because he was standing alongside a white woman. Michelle Pfeiffer was like, she showed up in the music video, so people wanted to listen to Coolio. White people. And he wasn't so cool about Weird Al come along and making a joke out of his fucking song. A song that meant something to him. A song about his problems, race, power. Years later, Coolio, had a change of heart. He got on, he experienced his own challenges. Some interview, he made it clear that he didn't hold any real grudge. He thought he maybe just overreacted. He had seen what Weird Al had done in the years since, and he realized that Weird Al was not a bad person. Realized that I guess he just was a little too sensitive about his first big song as a young black man, suddenly thrust into the spotlight and then immediately co-opted by some white fuck. Weird Al, I like you. I like you a lot. Okay, man, that's not what this is about. This is about you. Just like I helped Bo steal that Kanye West stuff, you were a part of this. Because I've never heard an interview where Weird Al looks back and says, what the fuck was I doing? Compromising the message that young black man was putting out there into the world, in spite of all the odds against him even managing to get the fucking mic. I never saw it, but I wanted to do that demonstration because I remember a lot more lyrics to the song that actually meant something. Bo, I bet you think that direct Weird Al would be totally compromising your art form. I don't think that it would. I think it would be exactly the same. The fruits of your originality are diminished. It's already happened. A lot of us aren't gonna notice for a while. I didn't notice for a while. Now that's all I fucking see. I see a really talented 16-year-old in the body of a grown man acting like a 16-year-old who's really talented. I don't know how I'm gonna edit these videos together, but I think it'd be funny if this was just Tearing Open Pockets. It's just the title. Tearing Open Pockets. It's not. Tweezers was not gonna help me do this. What Bo Burnham did to Kanye West in 2016 was the worst. Weird Al, you've demonstrated time and again that you really are just kind of a zany, puckish entity, and I respect you as such. But Bo Burnham wanted to mean something serious with his comedy. He wanted to change the world with comedy. Well, he did. Robert Pickering Burnham, you inspired this whole thing. Good work. Did it. All the lyrics to the Bezos song, except directed at you, and except mine actually mean something now because of all this shit I've left on the fucking floor ugly. My mess isn't an affectation so that you can sell your narrative.
so that I can sell this narrative. Like I'm trying to dress up my brokenness. I'm trying to appear less broken. You're trying to appear as broken as you read about in Instagram stories. I have something about queer baiting, but I don't know if I'm going to use it just yet. I don't know if it's even a good idea to keep going today. Well, I got stuff to do today, I guess, yeah. Chappelle, you're next, man. It's happening, okay? It's fucking happening. You're on deck, bitch. I don't know who else I'm gonna get to. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Mark Zuckerberg? It's the only reason I'm in any kind of shape right now. So, if you want to talk about Mark Zuckerberg, you better come up with a fucking VR fucking infrastructure ecosystem, or shut the fuck up. It's not really true. I just wanted to emphasize that the people who are problematic are also doing some amazing things for us as humans. I gotta take a break. This is getting old. I guess I'll do a song. I got a song for you, bud. You wanna hear my song? It's inspired by you. Wanna hear it? I recorded this a couple months ago. I might try to sing along, but I'm not sure yet.
If I leave, where will I go? What's waiting for me above or below? If I go, what for? Is there something better or more? If I stay, what good will it do? What if I leave? Will it ever matter to you? If I run as fast as I can and as far and as long, will it be enough? What if someday I can't run anymore? Will you think that I've lost? I've fallen down so far. Or will you remember the time that I ran and ran so far? And I stayed just as long as I could. Can't you see? This was supposed to be an exercise to prove some dumb point to Bo Burnham. Look what happened now. If you give from yourself, you find you get back more. It's how it works. You cunt. This was my first day with Auto-Tune.
That's to honor the history of people who kill themselves. Alright, fuck it. I'm not self-actualized by myself. I need people helping me with this shit. So it's not gonna be very good. That's alright. That's a disclaimer, Bo. If it's not good, it's because you don't know enough about mental health. I found a notebook with a bunch of tabs. And I just go through them, some of them. John Mulaney, that was the big one. John Mulaney, I was gonna do the whole... I'm running out of time here. I set a time limit for myself. It's kind of stupid, kind of right. I've got working pockets. That's true. I was inspired to try to help you out, bro. I'm not any super fan. I like to, from a healthy distance, I like to just fine. I didn't give a shit about that fucking excessively Jewish characters you kept bringing out and throwing at Broadway and shit, but good for you. It broke my heart to see what you went through and how you handled it. I read a recap or something of one of your first shows back. Sorry, my fans. It was a recap of one of your shows, and you were doing a lot of the material I saw you do on Seth Meyers when he welcomed you back from out of the spotlight into the spotlight. Your friend Seth Meyers, who was doing the best he could. Was doing the best he could when he gave you the job that you thought you needed to prevent yourself from having the experience you're about to have. I don't know what's real with you, dude. Someone tells me their first beer was at the age of 5, I start asking them what kind of mental health or what mental illness diagnosis they have. And that interview you did when you came back was so weird because you mentioned a psychological hold, dog. You mentioned the 72 hours, and that was the only mention of mental health whatsoever. The rest of it was devoted to cocaine and your love of cocaine. And I can't imagine that the state of addiction treatment today is telling people they have cocaine addictions. I think they're mostly trying to root out the underlying mental health conditions that you're self-medicating with the drugs. It's not always the case. If you do bad meth, you'll just wind up with mental health problems. That's not really the same. If you stop doing meth, those mental health problems might go away. They might not, but they might. So it's not really the same. If you just have an addiction, then I guess I don't have enough information. But you mentioned a psychological hold. You mentioned mental health stuff. You exhibited mental health stuff. I had a girl waiting for me when I got out of the hospital too, man. She didn't look like Olivia Munn, but she was waiting to pounce the way Olivia seemed to be. You're a vulnerable guy. I'm sorry that happened, and I'm sorry it felt like it was so comforting at that time, because I know it would have felt immensely comforting to you. It's not my business, really. You made it my business by insisting it was my business. After people hounded you, and you're playing that game. That's what I mean, is you went on Seth Meyers playing that game. You weren't back to that game fucking months later. Months that you... It's been 3 years since my last big breakdown, man, and I can't imagine if my livelihood depended on... I mean... My livelihood, I think you could have twice as good as my livelihood for the rest of your life with the money you already have, right? So maybe maintain some perspective. I saw you try to jump back on the horse, and I read an article detailing that show they went to of yours. You did like a 9-show engagement preview, something, I don't know. And they described what they saw, and what they saw was a lot of the material you did, your star-studded intervention and shit like that. Shit that can seem like it might be funny to someone who didn't take the time to properly address their issues. But you said something at that show that it really resonated with me, and what you said was, in the midst of the audience reacting the way any audience will react to anyone with legitimate mental health issues, your response was, oh, you all like Bo Burnham now. Which is true. Except Bo Burnham doesn't have any fucking thing wrong with him. That's why he got so much love for what he did, because that's what happens when someone pretends like they're... It's like a white-produced movie about slavery will get better responses than a black person trying to get slavery included in basic historical texts. It's just weird, man. Yeah, I think that you've got real mental health issues, and I don't think you're handling them well at all. It doesn't look like you're handling them that good, dude. And if we had more time, I would have sat through that interview you did with Seth so that we could go through it beat by beat, and I could just shake my head in dismay and empathy at what you're attempting to do, or what you feel pressured by yourself to do, what you're doing to yourself, how the people around you are just utterly failing you and themselves. Seth, you didn't know anyone else you could go to? You thought that would be a good idea? I don't know, man. I don't think that you knew what was going on at any stage. Except maybe that shit about Horatio Sands. Y'all, do you want a Me Too every decade? Because you're doing that thing where you protect the men who are problematic because they fit into the current environment. Fallon? Saw your name in those fucking stories, dog. Talk about it? No. Make goofy faces. We have run out of substance. Colbert, remember when you got to your fucking show and you were like, oh, time to delete all my substance so I can be appealing to everyone in America? And then eventually you realized that that was not gonna work out. Mulaney, I'm wishing you well, man. I think you've got a show in Syracuse I heard about on the radio in June. If my thing does anything, you send me a ticket. I'll go talk to you or whatever.
I'll just be a friendly person. Like, I'm mostly just a regular friendly person. Kind of weird, but this is the time to quote a person who is very, very sick. This is the time I've allowed myself to just fully express myself. And the joke of it is, I spent so much time preparing that I'm not prepared properly. I had to take time away, and I had one day I knew this day was coming, and I didn't prepare properly. Because I was worried as soon as I started, I was going to sink back into a zone I was in about a month ago of just trying to lie down to sleep and having an imaginary argument with Robert Pickering Burnham. Because that was material. I was working the material. Let's see who else we got. I was planning to have like a real freak out, like try to really push myself, and I don't know that I'm going to. So if I just burn through this material, I don't know. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. I'm pretty sure the only lesson I took from that movie of yours was that if you find yourself quite intelligent without opportunity, you can be a janitor and it won't be that bad. It's good advice. I really liked that movie. I really aspire to do great things, and then ultimately I recognize the value of janitorial work. So thanks for that. Kanye West. Kanye West, I don't want to talk to you. I don't think that we have anything to say to each other, man. I hope that what I've done here has had any kind of positive impact on you, because your work has had a positive impact on me. I think that might be as far as it goes. I'm sorry for the way shit. Watch this fucking video. We forgot about, like, I should just point at things. Watch that video of him talking to those fucking paparazzi. I'm not gonna watch the whole fucking thing, but you see, like, that's a real person. That guy that paparazzi who's saying those nice words. Yeah, that's that bullshit. That's that membrane. Right, Bo? That's what I had for Kanye West, man. Bill Hader. Bill Hader, you had pretty much as opposite of Bo Burnham as I could think of, man. Like, you had your problem, and you fought through it, and you shared it later, and you kept fighting, and you told people about how that felt. That's all I could have. You didn't try to portray it. There's a little bit of that in Barry, I know, but it's not really. PTSD and panic attacks are not the same thing. Panic attacks can be a feature of PTSD, but it's not the same thing. I appreciate you, Bill Hader. Thank you for that. You're phenomenally fucking talented, skilled, and I got to watch you push yourself to do more, learn more about your own self, your own mental health, and learn more about the world that you wanted to interact with. If I was a hater, I think I'd probably hate you. Be Johnny Hater.
Bill Hader hater. Yeah. I mean, you got to be on the writing staff of South Park. That was, as far as the people leaving SNL, that's got to be the top. Like, just you making that decision and using those fucking, obviously that, I mean, I don't know, they used you a little bit for voices, not very much. But just, I really respected that. I thought that was really cool. That's all I got for Bill Hader. Hey, Seth Rogen. Yo, Seth Rogen. You were the other test for whether I was a Bill Hader sort of hater, or a hater sort of hater. 'Cause you're what, like a year older than me? 82? Yeah. You had a whole bunch of experiences that I wish I had. You got a whole bunch of education that I wish I managed to get. An experience. And, yeah, I like what you're about, but I gotta tell you a story. Did you release something on Netflix back in 2018, around April 24th, maybe? No. April 16th? Sometime in April 2018, you released something on Netflix? Was it called the Seth Rogen's Hilarity for Charity? I'd like to personally thank you for that, because when I watched the first half of it, which is all I could make it through, I was fully confident that entire thing was for me exclusively, and that it was being presented under the guise of what it actually was, which was what? Seth Rogen's wife's mom got early onset Alzheimer's. Dementia and mental health became a priority for his wife, and being a fine husband, Seth Rogen took that concern on for himself, and he threw Hollywood things at it to try to help. And it didn't help me. Oh, it didn't help me. It didn't help my dementia in the slightest. 'Cause we've got a generational thing going on. So if you're gonna pick a Muppet, you're gonna pick Fozzie Bear. Of course you're gonna pick Fozzie Bear. We were served Fozzie Bear on a platter, and we have a soft spot for Fozzie Bear. So of course, when I see Fozzie Bear on your special, I know that the special is just for me exclusively. Hey Seth, can you remember, did you have to shoot the Muppets without an audience so that they could do the Muppet things that make the Muppets actually work without an audience to like break the magic? Did that happen? You shot the Muppets later? There were a couple of shots of the audience, darkened audience shots where it was obvious there was no one there. That sort of detail really fucked me around. I saw that special right before I went back to the hospital for the second time. So I was fully in the zone of being this leader of big social change and big government whatevers, and my microphone might have been off that whole time if it was really quiet. That's my bad. The microphone is so shitty it doesn't really matter if the on or off button is off or on. Like it matters, but it doesn't really matter.
I saw that thing in the midst of the big goal, just typing and crazy. And my interpretation of that was that you had found, my brother was running the whole operation, the whole NSA side of things, so he knew that you'd be a great person to bring along board to send me a message of support. And that's how I took it, the first half of it, and then it became too much. And then I think I started probably shouting at you for fucking up my scientific remove, you've compromised me somehow because now I know that there's. I was so mad about. I was mad that the thing that definitely wasn't exclusively for me. I thought since it was exclusively for me, it was totally ruining my experiment of being as crazy as I could be. It didn't work out, but I sent you an email. I sent you an email because you put an email up. I guess I'll go find it because I live in an era where I can find every single thing. And thankfully, I can just search for Seth Rogen in my inbox and I won't have to deal with all the other bullshit. Let's see, Seth Rogen. A bunch of Twitter notifications because I think I added you on Twitter. I think I'm following you on Twitter, one of your followers. Jesus. This is the Hilarity for Charity email submission. 4/25/2018. Now, I don't know there was an email form on the website, and I remember it didn't give me proper confirmation that I sent something. Like on the page itself, there was no I think the text just disappeared. It was something shitty like that. You just emailed Hilarity for Charity, which basically makes you a saint. Unless, of course, you're here to bash one of Seth's movies. Not saintly. But seriously, your interest in HFC, Hilarity for Charity, means so much to us. We know what you're thinking. Geez, an automated response? What a bunch of corporate sellouts. But never fear, we are not a faceless airline company. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We are currently reviewing your email and will follow up with you shortly. It's important to us that everyone receives a proper and personal response. Thanks for your patience. Hilarity for Charity TM HFC is a movement led by comedian Seth Rogen and his wife Lauren Miller Rogen to inspire change and raise awareness of Alzheimer's disease among the millennial generation. Together, Seth, Lauren, and a few of their friends decided to take action by starting HFC after Lauren's mom was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. You can join the movement by getting involved here. (4/25/2018). You just emailed Hilarity for Charity, which basically makes you a saint. 4/25/2018. You just emailed Hilarity for Charity, which basically makes you a saint. And my response to the auto response. You have murdered someone suffering from controlled dementia who is Seth's age. He was inspired directly by your special in the heights of dementia. By all metrics known to it Jews, this contact is dead and your charity was worthless. I couldn't even browse the swag when I thought I'd live to see it. I'm so sorry. I don't mean those things at all. But here's your response, which I didn't think would happen because I emailed directly from the auto response, but
You just emailed hilarity for charity, which basically makes you a saint. You can join the movement by getting involved. My response, I'm not interested. And the response I got for that was, you just emailed hilarity for charity, which basically makes you a saint. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Yeah, and there's me talking to my brother about how at this stage I'm radicalized. That was one of the notions I had. I'll put up some of the pictures. I was making like screenshots on the Switch and like drawing on them and drawing like unique cryptographic insanity, decoding these things, and then that was going to be something about helping stop terrorism or radicalism. I don't know. It was crazy bullshit. But yeah, man. Seth, I like your stuff. I like Invincible. I thought when you cast yourself as the alien, Alan. Is that really? It was a great choice. It was a great character. I think I didn't even read those books until I heard you were producing a series about it. I was like, oh, same thing with Preacher. I liked Preacher too. I like the things that you have. You were more into rap than I ever was. So I like your musical choices and some of the movies you've made. You're kind of I thought we were the same age, but you're a year older. It was just I've followed your career. I've used your career as a kind of ultimately it just became a measure of whether I had turned into a fucking horrible hater or not. Kept having experience after experience that I coveted, either at some point in my past or up to today. And I guess as long as I wanted you to, as long as I wished you well and enjoyed your art on its terms, and Green Hornet's fucking dope. It was like a test for me of like, has this mental illness, has my own, loss of opportunity, has it turned me into the sort of person that's gonna hate someone just because he's having all these great experiences? And I didn't. You gave me a lot of laughs, and you gave me a real deep appreciation for anti-Semitism. There's a lot of good stuff there. You should check it out. Owen Benjamin, I think, has probably a feature somewhere. You could just learn what's out there. You might realize that it was kind of subconscious, or I don't know if it's I don't know if you guys don't have memory when you transform, but the rest of us do. Okay, we've got a long memory of all the transformations and all the Barbara Streisand murdered like a few thousand people in Colorado at one time. I don't think it should be encouraged, that's all. Just like any religion anywhere. Here's a quick note to atheists. There's never been fewer people going to organized churches. Where do you think they went? Atheists, where do you think those religious people went if they're not at church? That's right. That's right. They went to try to fucking steal an election and shit. They're talking about how the planet is totally flat, or that There's no way we could have chickens. Hey, Adam McKay. This is a split between you and Jon Stewart, all right? You guys know that your method for entertaining liberal minds is actually a form of radicalization for the people you're making fun of. That it's not a way to bring people together in like mutual absurdity. It doesn't work like that. Jordan Kepler, whatever the fuck his name is, going out to those places and doing sincere interviews with people who are going to give him good sound bites that are stupid as fuck. That shit doesn't help anybody. We know that, right? We know that we can't mock someone into getting a vaccination. We can't make fun of them into getting a vaccination. That doesn't work. And so that's not a good vaccination. Like, it's not a good cultural vaccination against ignorance to make fun of the ignorant. Do you understand that yet? Because I've been led to understand that by the developments of psychology and understanding. Jon Stewart, could do you first, all right, buddy? You ready? The crazy kid's gonna talk to Jon Stewart now. That old fucking fuck. I don't know if Jew is hate speech, but like, here, hold up. I love the cultural heritage of Jewish people. There. I think any other way I use the word is going to be hate speech. Jon Stewart, dude. You retired a year too late. You unretired 10 years too late. Can you puzzle that out for me? Let me explain. Now, just like Bo Burnham and Kevin Spacey, you wanted to control how people perceived you and what expectations they could reasonably expect to extend in your direction. What do I mean by that? I mean, it felt really good to tell a Tucker Carlson that you were just a comedian, okay? What didn't feel so good was watch you turn yourself into a genuine political something, a genuine, not just a comedian something, and decline responsibility for any of it, with the exception of people who had respiratory illnesses after 9/11. I think you failed the people like me who actually needed you, and I think you failed the people that are completely unlike me by just further radicalizing them, pointing and laughing and radicalizing them. It doesn't work. You should have taken your job seriously a lot sooner than you did. Building an animal sanctuary is dope. But then you came back and you were like, I'm not here to be funny. And I'm like, that's what I was saying before you quit The Daily Show, dude. That's why I stopped watching The Daily Show, because I couldn't watch you say that one more time. I'm just comedian. You're fucking copping out, dog. It's such a fucking cop-out. It was great when you were saying it to Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson was trying to tell everybody he was a journalist. And you were like, see, we have different standards and I'm better than you, even though we have completely different standards. That was the point of you saying that. And you said it until it wasn't true anymore. You weren't a comedian anymore. Your comedy shtick was stale as fuck. But you're still a viable political something. admittedly using that thing that we know doesn't work that well. Making fun of stupid people doesn't result in more smart people. And it makes the people who are already kind of smart dumber. That's the trick of it, y'all. When you're laughing at the dumb people, you are finding a new kind of dumb for yourself. Because the smartest thing you can say about dumb people is, holy fuck. Fuck. What can I possibly do? And then some people can think, okay, what can we do? And then an entire era of comedy has been stupid. And there's a catharsis, but what the fuck do you think I have my problems with Bo Burnham colon inside about? Because the whole fucking movie is leading up to him having one fucking glimmer of catharsis, and that's supposed to mean what? Hey, that guy who's intentionally pretending to be mentally ill he fucking came finally. He was edging himself out for his whole fucking movie, his whole fucking concert. And just like the previous 3 concert specials, he fucking edged it right to the end, and the finale was, and that was it. That's what that whole fucking shit was leading to. Bo Burnham used that dumb fucking slapstick from the end of his movie to finally jack himself off into a fucking half smile, and we're supposed to think what? If he actually had a mental illness, it would just be a sign of him having more mental illness. That's what the ending of your movie means, dude. You fucking idiot. Okay, I'm getting into it now. Alright, here we go. What's up? Simone Biles? If I had more self-esteem, I'd dedicate something to you, but I don't, so I won't. And that's my sign of respect. You're fucking dope. You're stronger than I am, and you're much younger, and you do cooler things. Yeah. I don't think your sport is okay. I don't think we should continue taking children and forging their bodies into those weird shapes. I don't think that's okay as like a baseline concept, but I know that that's what you're passionate about. And when I was a kid, I wanted to do flips too, the newsies. I wanted to do those backflips and round-offs and shit. So it's just a little too fucking chunky. That's what my dad said when he pinched my fat rolls. Anytime you could find some fat to pinch, he'd pinch it. So I always felt pretty fat. It kind of sucks because I look back at pictures of myself and I'm like, oh, geez, I felt so fucking fat. And now that I'm slightly fatter, I feel like, man, that guy's not that fat. But I can never make the leap of like, maybe I'm not that fat right now. No, I'm fucking fat as fuck. If this was tailored properly, it wouldn't make me feel so fat, maybe. But that was the other thing. I think I should have gotten a bigger suit if I wanted to tailor it properly. Like, this is still pretty tight, you know what I mean? I don't know how much they're going to be able to tailor it. Simone, you're fucking dope, but I can't personally plunge my knuckles through the genitals and bowels of everyone who had something to say about your fucking situation at the Olympics. I can't do it. I'm just one man, and my punches aren't that. You could probably do it. You got the leverage, you're shorter to the ground. Lift right up with your strong strengths. But I don't think you need to. You don't need to, and I don't really treat that. But I wanted you to know I supported you, and that I really couldn't. I knew it was coming. I think I might have been surprised by some of the fucking unbelievable mental gymnastics people went through to criticize you. I thought some of their mental gymnastics were pretty good. But once again, people, Simone's the GOAT.
because she went through real fucked up shit and did regular gymnastics and kept in the game. And kept in the game so fucking hard that when push came to shove and she was getting fucking the twisties, ooh. I get the twisties too sometimes. My twisties are different. You get them in the air, you can't feel yourself in the air. I get them on the ground. And it's not about balance, it's about, you know, what physical laws govern this universe and stuff. Simone, thank you for your time. I apologize for involving you in my crazy white boy bullshit. You just meant something to me this year, and I wanted to make sure that you got the shout out you deserved at every fucking thing anyone does ever. Hey, science. We're getting into it now. Huh? I got 2 hours, fucking 38 minutes to fucking do the rest of this before I got a fucking appointment I gotta keep. Hey, science. I don't know, in the past 2 decades, we have discovered that the process of photosynthesis, which plants use to take sunlight and turn it into nutrients that form the basis for our entire fucking ecosystem, that process uses quantum entanglement. What? Some kind of quantum something? Across cells, and that's how they're turning sunlight into foods? When you get a development like that, and it's been how long, and I don't hear people talk, why am I hearing Google talk about a quantum computer, and you guys aren't talking about quantum fucking anything? Are you shitting me? How much of our poetry from hundreds of years ago slots into a paradigm where our brains are a classically grounded organ that uses quantum effects and all sorts of fucking weird shit? Why is that such a leap? Why does that sound so crazy for every scientist? Photosynthesis, y'all. Talk about it. Every conspiracy theorist out there, you suck because your conspiracy theories are boring and stupid. I've got better ones, okay? Fuck that flat earth bullshit. It's round. Fuck the whatever ridiculous alien, Bigfoot, whatever. Aliens are real somewhere, who cares? Who gives a fuck? They're not coming to help you. If photosynthesis relies on quantum entanglement of any kind, quantum effects of any kind, then we really, really need to start figuring out, without looking too closely, without observing too closely, just what the fuck else could be using that sort of shit. Boy, I sure do seem to attach to things at a distance. Boy, I sure do seem capable of entangling my thoughts with people and events that have no bearing on my life. Do I need to start using it? Wow. We already use entanglement. Oh, I'd like to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Me too. They suck. They're hard to break, and you're always flopping as soon as something else flips. Yeah? Huh? This is where I actually get crazy. Because I care about this stuff. I mean, I was a physics teacher. I was raised to be smart before I was raised to be culturally whatever. I read books. It's a liability. Don't read. If you become mentally ill, you will have a lot of resources to be mentally ill about. I am overwhelming on my best day.
How do you think that is when I'm fucking crazy? It's hard for people to catch up enough to notice that I need help. I am not a sympathetic figure. That's the trick of this whole thing. I've known from the fucking start. That's the point. This isn't 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. This is 40 at best. At best. A whole bunch of downvotes. And the audience and critics agree. Science, figure out what's quantum and what's not before we start jamming quantum and classical computers together until they tell us. That's the concern I have right now. We are fully in John Hammond, Henry Wu territory here. Just fucking about with shit that we have no hope of comprehending. NFTs. NFTs, crypto, fuck you. Here's some advice. Do you want really good cryptography? Okay? Get an electron scanning microscope, get an actual paper ledger, scan it every day. Every time you open it, scan it with the electron scanning microscope. The results that you get, the data you get from that microscope, you can use as some kind of cryptographic cipher. I don't know what I'm talking about. What I do know is that NFTs are bullshit, and you're just trying to make a ledger. It's just a ledger, except in your mind, not in physical reality. In your mind, you've convinced yourselves that it's super secure and that makes it good. No, no, no. It's all shit. Fuck you. I'm not gonna forget this one. Who is it? What's his name? He was on The Verge. I've got it. As long as we're on NFTs. As long as I know that Matt and Trey are doing the heavy lifting anyway. I've been working up to this. I was worried I wasn't going to find it, but now that I've found it, I'm worried about it. I opened right up. I should mention it's like I wasn't going to mention it. That's not the spirit of this thing. I opened it right back up to a couple of pictures of fucking naked Bo Burnham. I'm happy to get the fuck away from Bo Burnham. Britney Spears. Yeah. Everybody else. Then and now, especially now. That fucking fuckface. I guess I'll get his name. I'm obliged. Defaced on finding his way and building an icon through NFT. This was on The Verge for one of the weeks where they were definitely pro NFT. Last week they weren't, so don't quote me or The Verge on whether The Verge is in favor or opposed to NFTs. It doesn't know. It's just whatever has the stronger capacity to fund The Verge, I think. Defaced on finding his way and building an icon through NFTs, taking inspiration from Jim Henson Shigeru Miyamoto. I encourage everyone to read this article. It's a nightmare. The guy went to fucking trade school to do art, and it shows. I hate him because he told someone that Jim Henson was his inspiration to do what he's doing. And what he's doing is be an opportunistic NFT fuckwad. And use his trade school art skills to facilitate that. Everything he says makes me hate him. Everything he says about Jim Henson makes me cry. Okay, here. You mentioned Henson as an inspiration, and I saw you on set in a white bodysuit. He was the one giving the finger. With Starman, his amazing character from graphic design school. What was that experience like? How has Henson impacted you and your work? The experience was surreal. The day was intense, but overall a great memory. I feel like an imposter at times, as all of the people making it happen were all there just for me and my art. You're an imposter. Henson is one of the most overlooked artists in my eyes. The amount of people he has reached through his characters and storytelling is nothing short of impressive. Yoo-hoo! Chappelle, come out and play. Oh, I gotta finish this first, hold up. Nothing short of impressive. To me, he represents pure creativity and vision. He has impacted my work by demonstrating how following an idea to its end can be potentially not just impactful on you, but many others. He's talked about his inspiration. Can you give us a hint of what's next for Star Maker? Next for Star Maker, this shit character thing, we'll be actually dropping the first NFTs on Super Rare as my Genesis drop on there. I'll be dropping 2 short films including 3D animation and scenes from the studio. One of the NFTs will be accompanied by an arcade game. The collector who wins this will then have the choice to release the game publicly. Both NFTs will have a box of physical exclusives to each NFT, including an art book, vinyl disc, bronze figure, comic book. What role do NFTs play in this mission? NFTs are the key that unlocks the door. Without NFTs, this wouldn't even exist as a possible career path. Making NFTs, I guess, is that's the career path he's talking about? Not the Shigeru Miyamoto or Jim Henson, not their career path. The one NFTs are making it possible to have a career making NFTs. Mm-hmm. Try finding a job where you can direct films, create games, make artwork, supervise the manufacturing, and at the crux of it, create worlds from your imagination. That job doesn't exist without NFTs. Alex Castro at The Verge was the journalist that gave that fucking idiot, scamming fucking piece of shit a platform to sell his bullshit and to spread it. As before editorial at The Verge decided that they were going to follow some of the people who were paying attention to what the fuck NFTs even were. And now you go on The Verge and they're like, NFTs, yeah, right. Wasn't that long ago. That shit drew my ire. Old school, you know? Old school. Speaking of, David Carey Weber Chappelle. You're up, dog. I tell you what, I was getting a little fucking worried. I was getting worried about the state of this whole thing, and you're gonna bring it right back to the fucking center, aren't you? You're the fucking goat. You're the goat-faced piece of shit right now. Simone Biles is the only goat in this fucking video, aight? The only goat available in this project, Simone Biles. Right now, for me, Simone Biles, Bill Hader. Matt. And Garofino, Matt and Trey. Donald Glover's somewhere in there. I don't know. You're on the shit list, dog. You're on my shit list because I was on your side right up until the last special and a half, man. And that doesn't mean that I didn't have thoughts and criticisms for your material along the way. It's just when you lost the fucking way. You lost your way, bud. You were radicalized by two things. You were radicalized by unfair articles on Jezebel and websites like it. Unfair. They throw them at Che. They throw them at you. They are inevitably critical of black people first and foremost in all things. I'm not saying the website Jezebel has a racist bone in its body. It's got the collagen content of like 40 of them. Or like multiplied for a website, it's got to be like thousands. It's got like it's a fucking mass grave of racist bones that have been pounded into dust and turned into membranes. But they don't have racist bones anymore. I want to make that clear. You and Che been getting it hard, but you and Che been asking for it too, haven't you? David, I want to get something clear right off the fucking bat. I heard you say something, okay? I heard you make a claim. And I find the claim itself spurious. Or possibly spurious. I don't know. I guess this is the segment I get to vape as much as I want, is it? David, you said this. You said, my comedy's about everybody. Everybody likes Dave Chappelle. My comedy's for everybody. If I don't include everybody in my comedy, then I can't include anybody. If I can't make jokes about trans people, then I shouldn't make jokes about anybody. You heard me earlier calling out that white boy. I'm not even gonna bother with his name anymore. Bilbo or something. I called him out because I thought one of the things he was doing, it was just as simple as telling people to shut the fuck up, but it just felt like
Everything about the delivery was just fucking lifted from you. From a year prior. I didn't even go back to check. I just remember you doing that. And then I checked, I think I found the clip somewhere. I was gonna double check, I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't watch any more of your specials. I didn't want to watch that special long enough to find out that spot that I was pretty sure he ripped off from you. You know? I couldn't even do that for you because I couldn't fucking... You said that thing, you said, if I can't make jokes about everybody like trans people like I'm doing right now, like people are mad about me about, because they're not good jokes. If I can't do that, then all my jokes are suspect. I can't make jokes about anybody if I can't make jokes about one group of people just for one random reason. Dave? Stand-up comedy doesn't support what you're talking about. Okay? On a functional level, it doesn't. Not anymore, probably never. Certainly not since any of us gave a shit about someone representing anything other than race hate repackaged into joke form. Dave, you stole that whole story from Matt and Trey over at Comedy Central. They went through real shit, man. They went through real shit with that philosophy. They went through bomb threats and shit with that philosophy. Threats against their fucking person and the people they care about for that philosophy, dude. And it applies to them because they make a fucking cartoon. There's 2 of them. There's a whole bunch more people behind the scenes and actually voicing characters. There's hundreds of characters. They can make characters be things and represent things that are real, even though they aren't those things. They can tell real stories that really matter and really may be offensive or not offensive or just the right amount of offensive. The point is their platform supports that sentiment and that philosophy. Stand-up comedy doesn't. That is not what stand-up comedy is overwhelmingly been about. Stand-up comedy is about a single person shoving a bunch of people's brains through their worldview in an amusing way that makes people think, oh, of course. Like, that's the best joke. Something that, oh, why didn't I think of that? Because it's so obvious. Oh, of course if photosynthesis uses quantum mechanics, then of course everything else fucking does. And of course the things I'm describing are actually quantum interactions, and why aren't we using those words yet? Are you waiting for poets to become quantum physicists? Because it's not gonna fucking happen. You got quantum physicists making shitty poetry. That's what's happened. This is that flow, guys. I told you I was gonna try to stay in the fucking character, and I'm trying to stay in the fucking character, but this is the flow I'm aiming for. This is what I'm fucking, stepping outside of this, what am I upset about? Because I'm upset. What the fuck am I actually upset about? Dave fucking Chappelle. David, stand-up comedy doesn't support that philosophy, and your stand-up comedy doesn't support you making trans jokes ever that are actually funny and would make trans people laugh en masse instead of just single examples. I need you to what are we gonna do here? I just want to mention Bo Burnham directed Chris Rock's last comedy special. Bo Burnham's got some kind of brain disease. He doesn't see faces the way other people see faces. To them, they're just like, to him, it's just like a landscape.
That's why he likes really close-up shots. He tried to shoot a Chris Rock special in close-ups. And I read the reviews of that version of the movie, and they were like, oh, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of a weird... Chris Rock's comedy doesn't exist in close-ups. Chris Rock knows how to use a stage, which Bo Burnham does not how to use. Bo Burnham knows how to use stagecraft to point lights in directions. Neat directions. I'm using more stage space in this area than Bo Burnham ever has ever. I'm gonna strap accelerometers to my ankles, and we will do the math, and I guarantee I have moved more on my stage than he has ever moved at any of his shows, given any particular hour, including the ones where I was watching his fucking movie. Shit. This is a youth guard. Uh-oh. This might not work out for me. Maybe I don't have to mold it. Dave, I saw that special, man. And unfortunately, I saw your response first. You know how you ended the Dave Chappelle, the closer? You ended it like, I'm going to walk away from the mic for a while and listen and wait until I'm sure everyone's going to be on the same page and laughing at the same thing. Hey, man. How the fuck you get too old to drop a mic properly, man? You had shows lined up for the release date of your Netflix special. What the fuck happened, man? Or did you get mid-drop and just have some fucking old guy seizure, like back pain, and just, oh shit, a trans people, trans, fuck you. Send me to the Jesse Jackson of trans people. I'll have a real conversation with that bitch. You can't terrorize me with your words about how you had your feelings hurt. You can't. I'm going to do it on my terms. Hey, Dave Chappelle. Answer me this. It was from the fucking Rogan show with those fucking Roganites. I'm not even going to fucking bother with that motherfucker in this special. You know why? Because he's fucking inconsequential. His influence is not, but his rhetoric is. He's a fucking amateur fucking smart guy. And he always has been. He's the friendly date rapist. He's the guy who will pretend to be your friend so he can get you to eat some fucking bugs. And if you don't eat the bugs, he'll act disappointed in you. That's Joe Rogan. Just so we're fucking clear. You crossing the fucking aisle because you're Dave Chappelle. Everybody loved Dave Chappelle. How the fuck does a guy who 20 years ago could hear the wrong kind of laugh in the midst of doing a minstrel routine, how does that guy 20 years later can't recognize a transphobic, hating cheer and clap for you talking about taking a hard line with that Jesse Jackson you had in your brain? I think it's just gonna be two, okay? Because I wasn't raised like that. I was raised by people who was very, very uncomfortable around black people and all of their culture, very much including the N-word. Parents still have physical reactions to hearing black people say the N-word. That's how anti-N-word they were. Look how not racist that is.
I told you I had a race problem. I called my mom some kind of white cunt in a text message, like right after I got out of the mental hospital. Some overprivileged white cunt, something like that. And later she asked me if I remembered. She was trying to remind me, like, you said some pretty mean things to me in a text message. And I was like, yeah, no, I know. She's a nice lady, but she is, you know, she's that. I didn't want to use these words again. I used them in a hospital. Some really cool black guys. There's a guy there. I wish I remembered his name. He had his real name, like, he had his real name right here on his arm. I want to say his name was like Brooklyn or something, but like I don't think it was. But yeah, he was from New York City. He was up in Syracuse for something, and he was in the mental hospital, and he was a real comfort for me. It's like camp relationships. Everyone's out of their shit, so like you wind up with these like attachments that aren't. They're just not attached to anything real. But I remember, and it meant a lot. That's the tough part. Is like the experience. It's so filled with elevated everything that I wish if that guy was out there, he somehow figured this out and found out about it. And I just, thanks, man. Thanks for that. I don't pretend to know you as a person on any level, but I wish that guy would know that he meant a lot to me. He had like an auntie visit him, and they were full. They brought him some marehead bites. And he gave me a couple. I know I got my favorite one. And I don't know if it was a green one or a white one or a blue one, but I know that whichever one I got from him was my favorite. And I was on my best behavior in there most of the time. Too much, like that, disconcerting probably. Like, wow, that guy's really capable of being friendly and polite. Oh, but he is in a mental hospital, so that's actually creepier. Oh wow, he's so charismatic. Yeah. There were people who were patient with me using the N-word in there. And I think this is just going to be the last one. Okay? I said I was going to use hate speech. I haven't really gotten to all the hate speech I was going to use. I think I'm going to have to save some of it. Dave? The routine you did on your special, The Closer? Were you talking about beating up a lesbian? I tried to watch more of it last night, and it's still stuck on the same line, and I hope I get it right, because I don't want to disrespect what you wrote for yourself. I tenderized them titties like chicken cutlets. Dave? That routine was the most shit I've ever seen you do, bitch. God damn. I was waiting for you to ask. We're talking about her big fat ass and how you're whipping out your big dick and fucking spraying skeet all over her fucking face. It's the most shit I've ever seen out of you. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. You know what that fucking comedy was, dude. That trans shit was fucking pathetic. You turned yourself into the dumbest fucking I could fucking imagine. These are my dad's. These are my dad's karate gloves. I borrowed them from him. He was happy to let me borrow them. I remember getting walloped with these. Our sensei was pretty good. Once he realized that my dad was going to take some emotional shit out in the sparring, he did a pretty good job keeping us apart. Yeah, look, I had braces when I was a kid, like 10, 11 years old. Still too big for me? So that's what the mild card is about. Like, I don't want to have to fucking deal with dental stuff. And I've got pretty decent insurance, but like this isn't about I don't want to self-harm, but I'm gonna be self-harming. I've been white people, membrane or no, we need to make a stand here. This segment is to honor this is to honor love and race traders. This is my last opportunity to call them out. I just want to call out, I'm really inspired by love and race traders. Inspired by the people who get anyone to accuse them of being a love and race trader. They're great. You know, we should all be more love and race traders. And part of that is taking it seriously when a white person says the N-word. Take it fucking seriously. I'll get into more of it, but the crux of it is, I apologize, guys. It's hard. It's gonna be hard. You know, the angle is weird. I've been doing some the boxing game on Quest. I've been doing some of that to prepare. It's not about cancel culture, you know? Oh, these are green. Oh, that's gonna be weird. Okay. Can you see that floating? It's not about cancel culture, guys. And it's about holding yourselves to a single standard so you don't have to keep jumping around. It'll make you crazy if you do stuff like that. Keep jumping. Oh, when I'm by myself, I'm this way. When I'm around other people, I'm this way. When I'm around black people, I'm this way. That's gonna drive you nuts. Anyway, this is dedicated to love and race traders. You guys have done some great stuff. Really, yeah. Sorry for the language. Just a mantra before we get this started. I will say that I'm gonna do my best. I think this is the only one I gotta do, so I'm gonna do my best here. This is just a message to white people. We can't leave this responsibility to black people anymore, specifically young black men. This can't be their responsibility anymore. And in that spirit, I just. World Star. Oh, yeah, that works. No, that works. I'll go for the nose. I'll put a couple on the nose. That boxing, yeah. See, like, I'm getting away with things right now because of the crazy stuff. So then I had to use the crazy stuff to kind of... The child's mouth guard wasn't a great idea. I didn't notice that till just beforehand. Anyway, I thought I'd use the crazy to kind of emphasize something that I wouldn't ordinarily want to do if I wasn't crazy. I thought it'd be a good idea, but that hurt. Right in the molars, right where that mouth guard did not reach. It's not great.
Sorry about the language I used. I'm sorry about that. I'm real sorry. It's not in my nature to throw hands. I can't promise that I'll do it because I already had problems with the law in my life already. But 18 to 21-year-old young white men, I need you to help us out. You hear someone drop the N-bomb, just throw hands immediately. Immediately. Okay? Make sure someone's recording it, sure, but just throw them. Because black men have been doing it for too long, and our entire justice system is fucked in the opposite direction, and we need to let them be the strong, silent, cool people who don't need to resort to violence because some crazy white fuck is gonna run in and fucking blast them.
Ow. Okay.
It did kind of cover the teeth. Just the boxing was good practice in preparation for that, and I wasn't expecting it to be that good at preparing me. But yeah, I would not have wanted to be hit by me for saying the N-word, so it was a good lesson. I can report back that given the right circumstances, it was an excellent lesson. I won't be saying the N-word for quite some time. And I initially, I'll say it now, just in case I'm spoiling it or if I don't spoil it.
I had plans
To do that for Dave. And then it was gonna slip out later with Donald Glover. And I was gonna have to beat my ass even harder than I did for Dave. And the way things are going, it's 10:03 right now, p.m. I've been at this for 10 hours. I don't know how things are gonna shake out. I've got one routine for Dave. I'm gonna give myself maybe a little break to try to get some fucking, just beat myself, my ass. Here's my break. Here's one break. This is what I did for the last week or so. My cousin got me the metal version of this model. It's a Bandai model. And then I fucking ruined it by making it look all crazy and shit. And my lighting isn't great here, and this thing isn't very big. I guess here we go.
There's a digital zoom for everybody.
By the way, thank you, streamer culture, for utterly decimating an entire category of consumer electronics. Thank you for this trash, barely contained raw sensor that I got instead of a camcorder. If y'all think you're that advanced, you literally don't know what you're missing. This thing doesn't give me fucking audio levels, dudes. This thing is built to be plugged into a computer. And it's got the shape and the price of the camcorders that actually used to be able to do shit. And I resent you for it. The market has spoken, and it's spoken like a fucking idiot. That routine sucked, Dave Chappelle. It sucked. I can't make myself watch the rest of it. I read the transcripts that I could, man.
I saw the entirety of your response at the Roganites. Okay? I saw you becoming further radicalized in that environment, dude. Yeah, talking tough to the rhetorical Jesse Jackson of the trans community that you were arguing with and defeating with your unbeatable logic. It sucked, man. You sucked. And I saw you taking those cheers. Let me tell you the story of Owen Benjamin. Let me tell you about Owen Benjamin and how Owen Benjamin was radicalized and radicalized himself. Do you need me to tell you the whole story, David? I don't imagine that you watched more of this than someone said related to you directly. It's earlier in the special. Go back and watch it if you want to talk about it. Everybody needs to watch everybody's shit all the time if they want to have an opinion about a comedian making shit jokes about trans people. You made shit jokes about trans people. You spent the first 15 years of your career using them as punchlines. Oh, and she had a dick. Oh, but Dave took a blowjob from her anyway because Dave is crazy like that. You know, Dave, there's a guy at a comedy club in Syracuse I used to go to for open mic, and it was kind of aimless and pointless, and it was just to get people to take classes I wasn't interested in taking from these people. But there was a guy who would run the night. I would go there, and he's a black dude. He had that cigarette voice that you're getting even harder now. You don't get that deep cigarette voice that you got. And every week he'd be like, I look around to see the futurist stand-up comedy in Syracuse, New York, right in this room. We're just looking around, check it out. And he talked just nonsense the rest of the time. So it was always fun to hear that the fucking rabble of people he'd hoodwinked into taking his shitty fucking stand-up comedy classes. They were the future of comedy in Syracuse, New York. I believe that's true. That was my, yeah, I believe so. And I don't have anywhere else to go, so I guess this isn't for me. That was my experience with stand-up comedy because of that guy. And I'm thinking about you opening that place in Ohio, and I'm thinking about you getting deplatformed, and I'm thinking you're going to be a millionaire version of that guy, and your club's going to be a little bit nicer, and your advice is going to be a lot better, but you're still going to just be, at the end of the night, I look around at all these youngsters that I've managed to convince I have the answers to anything, and I see the future of Syracuse, future comedy, and what the fuck ever, Ohio. I don't give a shit. I'm not doxing you. Look out. Have you heard the Ballad of Owen Benjamin? I can tell you this Ballad of Owen Benjamin if you want to hear about it. He took those cheers too. Those cheers with the N-word hating cheers. Those people are comfortable around the N-word and they don't support your fundamental rights. But they love to hear a fucking black person trash anyone else. Dave Chappelle. Everybody loves Dave. Everybody loves Dave, right? Dave's got a problem with these people. They must be bad people. No, Dave's just being a fucking irresponsible piece of shit. Yeah, you used them for punchlines, and now you're stealing that shit from Matt and Trey, thinking that you're suddenly gonna speak to everybody in one single voice. No, you're not. That's not how it works, dog. Especially for the one who used them for so many fucking cheap fucking punchlines, man. I tolerated it because I was some form of intolerant at that time. I helped you do that. I helped Dave make those tranny jokes. I didn't get mad at Dave back then. I was with you for several of those Netflix specials, man. It was only this last one where I was suddenly like, Jesus, who the fuck is this person anymore? What the fuck are they trying to do here? lying this whole time? The answer was yes. If Pie Leave was playing that entire time. Dave, I got a kind of routine for you, but I don't know if it's worth doing. I was gonna try to speak to you in like your fucking language, you know what I mean? Trying to do just something to fucking speak to you direct. I don't know if I have time to get into this bullshit, or if I want to fucking take a break first. I will thank you. I got to forget for a little bit that I was really insecure about everything I'm doing today. Thank you. That's the parasocial relationship that's got some benefits for me right now. My face hurts less. Clearly there was no lasting damage. Or I'm standing up with a concussion. Dave, I'll put you on hold for a second. How about that, all right? If I don't get back to you, I'm sorry, but I'll get back to you at some point. Don't worry. Yes, it was a threat. Trans people, I gotta talk to you. All of you. What up? Hey, I was just reading an article about someone who got trans man who got a penis. Once again, Dave Chappelle, you had the routine where you were like, translate as a gangster, cutting your dick off, that's gangster. I thought the sentiment was stupid, like it's stupid to try to reduce it to that. What you're doing is stupid, to try to like, this sounds positive from my perspective, and I'm insisting that I make trans jokes, so I'll do this one that seems positive from my perspective. That's what you were doing there. And when it didn't work to your satisfaction, you still got criticism, you escalated, you radicalized yourself with your own fucking content. That's what happened, Dave. Trans men are gangster. Are subjecting themselves to horrific nightmares, horrific waking nightmares, to try to approximate something, to approximate the replacement of the thing they feel is lost. They're every desperate parent in every thriller chasing after the lost boy or girl. In this case, boy. It hurt to read, and it hurt to quit reading this super, super, super long read from someone who was just feeling themselves too much linguistically for me to be able to fucking continue. I read a lot of it, but it just became too. It was certainly a scenario. I'm doing the same sort of thing right now. You know, it's a funny thing for me to say about that, but it's the same sort of deal. Like there was a point where I just couldn't do it anymore. I could not accept any more of that information in that format. But it was a really long article. I got everything of the everythings. It just sounds like a horrible nightmare. And the community itself is divided, as all communities are in all things, David. In all things, there's no Jesse Jackson for black people, really. South Park made that joke. I got that joke. Did you watch it long enough, or did you just take that thing? The trans community is still divided about those steps. The approximation of penis. Residual feminism that was lesbianism before it became trans. You guys, you have trans rhetorics too, don't you, sometimes? That's confusing. That's difficult for the people around you. It's gonna continue to be difficult for the people around you no matter what. But things are getting better in some ways for some people. I have a sibling who's conceivably doing better than the last time I saw them. Unfortunately, the entire lifetime of experience with them up to the point of them transitioning had already put me off wanting to deal with anything further from them. I already wasn't dealing with them. They already weren't a part of my life for decades. So it's not really that was a different sort of situation. It's not because of the transition, it's just because of the person who's doing the transitioning. It'd be great if they found some extra comfort in their own life. I'm not a part of it. I'd rather not be. Certainly now I've got my own health to worry about. The flip side of that is a nephew who's, I used to have a niece and now I got a nephew, you know. I was one of the last dickheads using that kid's previous name on a fucking birthday animation. I thought it was gonna be so cool because it was Paw Patrol, and it was cool, but it was the wrong fucking name, so it's not really cool, is it? It was probably fucking disappointed because I didn't fucking know what name was being used at that point because it hadn't been shared outside the family at that point. But his parents got on board quick, as quick as they could. Once this kid's like, I'm not about all this, you know, biological shit. Oh, that's what I wanted to do for Dave Chappelle. I'm sorry, trans people, I'm gonna have to put you on hold. Gender is a fact. Dave Chappelle, do you know that you have unhealthy relationships with older black comedians? Do you recognize it? It's normal. I got daddy issues. Bo Burnham's got big daddy issues. Real big daddy issues. Bo Burnham's dad gave him a super privileged existence, but he didn't share his values. Oh. If anyone questions that, Bo Burnham's siblings work for his dad, so I'm pretty sure Bo Burnham's the dickhead. And also, Bo Burnham's a dickhead, so. Hey, Bo, here's advice for you. I guarantee that everything you dislike about your father, you absolutely possess and express in your everyday life. It's just in a different form that you can't recognize, but it's exactly the same. Your rejection of any effort to... I was stuck with my father while going through lots of terrible shit. I had to fucking figure out what happened and why and how it affected me. And why, and how. Dave, you have unhealthy relationships with older black comedians. Or maybe it was just that Gregory guy who,
his last name is Gregory. He responded, do you say gender is a fact? Let me clear it up for all you fucking idiots. Now first of all, one of the problems of racism is generations of black folk that could only express their intelligence and their curiosity and their vigor for understanding through the church. The church is not a good spot for education. We know that. They're not concerned with actual education, they're concerned with church education. One of the reasons the Tuskegee experiments were so fucking bad is because of the black people who are alive now who don't want to take vaccines. That's one of the reasons it was so evil when it happened, because that was always a part of it. It wasn't just those people that got hurt. It was always the generations that would be hurt afterwards and who died overwhelmingly in greater numbers than white people from COVID. Pandemic. Bo Burnham doesn't talk about race in his special. It's a pandemic. It really reflects society, the pandemic. He doesn't mention race once, except another white boy anthem. How many white boy anthems did I find for that music video I fucking threw together? So we've got people who aren't properly educated. And they're intelligent people, and they're articulate people, and they were fucked over, and they have a few blind spots that you can track down to their religious education. So they're not ignorant. You can track those blind spots right back to a fucking church somewhere, or a fucking mosque, or whatever. Chappelle, your trans material, it sounded like you took a fucking sermon from your imam or whatever the fuck. I'm trying to be culturally aware, but I'm not confident what sort of, is there a small town imam? I don't know. It sounded like you took a fucking sermon and you turned it into a stand-up routine that would have been appropriate maybe at your fucking church service. Unless you don't do that shit. Gender as a fact. So before everything, there was a whole fucking universe of stardust, which is the single gayest element on the periodic table of elements. It's right there, right in the queer ass fucking corner. Stardust, and then there's glitter right next to it. And after there was stardust, there was a whole bunch of other stuff that didn't have any genders. The facts of gender took a long time. First, there were just fucking little fucking specks of things that barely existed in the first place. Ions and prions, and bions and flyons. Shifting over to like bacteriums. Zygomatic. Oh, I think that's pregnancy stuff. Prokaryotes. That was one of my favorites. Prokaryote. Fucking little things that didn't have any gender fucking either. They just split up. Or they mostly just split up, right? Like fucking mash themselves into something else. That was the fact of life, man. The fact of life, though, was how could you possibly understand gender, because nothing exists to understand words. Maybe we're living in a simulation. Who gives a fuck? If we're living in a simulation, the whole thing's a simulation. It doesn't matter. The parameters of the simulation are the same. Until we can adjust those parameters, it doesn't fucking mean anything. Don't worry about it. I don't know if I'm gonna get to Lana here, but Lana, can the scene where he's getting pulled into the mirror be both great and fucking horrible at the same time? Now we're getting into the fucking real scattershot brain fucking. I'm trying to talk to Dave Chappelle about the
reality is a gender and gender is a fact, and I'm suddenly distracted by the fact that you had a scene in your fucking movie where it's like, I went crazy on the first trilogy, Lana. I went crazy on the first trilogy. I'm in a better spot now, but man, you were really pushing it. You weaponized meaningless suicides at the end, and it was a good idea on paper because it showed how ruthless, but it showed how ruthless you were in showing that. You decided that would fit your themes of all suicide, and maybe just jump off the building, and maybe you'll fly this time, and maybe he really is a superpowered being. Tired of the stories, Hollywood. I'm tired of hearing mental illness stories turned into superhero stories. It's irresponsible and it's bad for people. Except for the writers. You get it. There was single-celled shit that didn't have any fucking gender. There was multicellular shit that didn't have any fucking gender. And then there was asexual shit that didn't have any fucking gender. And then critters that barely had any kind of gender at all, except their genetic material was kind of mishmashed into vague shapes that coordinated with one another, coordinated with the task involved in inseminating some sort of egg that was separated somewhere by some amount of distance, possibly none. And here's the point, guys. All you fucking educated black fucks. Gender doesn't work without trans people. What? What? What do you mean? I'm talking about this is the way it's always fucking been since before there were defined genders. Genders are the newest things. The trans shit is the baseline. Watch Jurassic Park, you fucking idiots. In a single sex environment, they spontaneously change the fucking frogs and shit. Frogs metamorphosis? This is the crazy. Man, it's so haphazard, guys. I just hear fucking God fucks. You need to get a handle on your fucking religion. You're not doing any good back there. And you're getting obstinate about it. Gender doesn't exist. It only can function with trans people in the mix because, of course, you ever try to operate one of these fucking meat bot things? Fucking shit. Did you see my back earlier? My back is covered in fucking weird shit that's gonna kill me. And my genes did that. That's a fact. Cancer is a fact. Cancer's a fact. Yeah? You understand the difference? Cancer's a fact. Gender's a nice if you can get one. And that leads me into bringing it back to the trans people who were on hold this whole time and have been waiting so patiently, and I appreciate it. And I want to emphasize, not as a disclaimer or to shield myself from criticism or important discussions that need to be had. I'm not going to try to silence that shit like these fucks like Bo Burnham or Dave Chappelle. When I express something, it's to try to give more context. I want my nephew to be able to be proud of me. I don't even know if I like that kid yet. He's a little weird. Some of the dudes I meet at the college, a little bit weird. They're a little bit the most pussy ass dude I've ever met in my life. You know what I mean? I feel like it's my duty to, oh man, this dude seems like a real fucking bitch. Man, I got a real fucking, not even beta, like zeta kind of vibe from this dude. Yeah? And I feel like I have to recognize my role in that. If you're someone concerned with the state of gender, I represent a certain archetype that is not friendly. I recognize that. I recognized that for a while. I'm 5'11". I'm not even that big, but I'm bulky, and I've had to deal with being seen as a threat. Women don't really understand that. They don't really care to understand it. It's unpleasant to feel that way. It's unpleasant to live my life with the consequences of people feeling that when they look at me. But I recognize that I have, there's a potential for me to skew the results. They have different interactions with people they're comfortable with. Black people have different interactions with people who are black. I want my nephew to be able to be proud of me and proud of what I'm trying to do. I don't know what I'm going to accomplish exactly, but I'm trying. This might not even be, I've had thoughts that this is only going to be one day. Maybe I'll have to do tomorrow. Or maybe I'll just find it. I don't know. I'd rather just be fucking done with it. I want you to project forward, because already my nephew's got one fucking experience. It's going to be a lot different from people who are fucking transitioning late in life, transitioning when they get to college and they're free from parental whatevers. He's already going to have a different sort of experience, but here's the fucking thing I'm thinking on. Jump forward 100 years. Now we have the technology, not just to approximate with just horrible body horror nightmares what you've lost or gained, but we can suddenly identify before birth whether someone's going to wind up in that situation in the first place. And then what? If we have the ability to adjust that before birth at a genetic level, what? You know what I mean? Look around at the trans community. What would it do faced with that situation? Do you go by percentage? If the zygote is 60% male and 40% female, what do? Well, they were more male. If they were born that way and wound up somehow girl, on like maybe it's like a linear, I don't know, they'd have to like project the genes out. It's going to be complicated. It's going to need supercomputers that are self-aware. Oh, they're going to feel it at this point in their life. Maybe they'll make it all the way through adulthood and they won't really, not really. It's usually environmental that forces them into that certain situation. They feel off the entire time, but they don't get any recognition until they're free from it. But that's where I'm at. Like, if you can recognize that someone's going to come out feeling like a girl and appearing like a boy or vice versa, and you have an opportunity to address that before they're born, do you? What happens to trans people? Like, not every trans person goes for genital adjustment. Not every trans person needs to. Would they have to be able to plot that on their fucking tests so that you could be like, okay, just give her some nice tits to go with a nice big dick because she's gonna be cool with that? And take away the kids out of it. Take the kids out of the equation. What if we have genetic reprofiling? Like real sci-fi shit. What if everyone could be trans anything at all times? Dave Chappelle's, well, I was gonna say he'd probably go for it right away, just for fucking fun. Just because that seems like something Dave would do, but I don't really know Dave. I had a dream. I'm going to share it with Dave Chappelle, though. I had a dream, Dave. I had a dream. It was a fever dream. Focusing too much on this project. Me being crazy as fuck and shit like that. I had a dream that this thing succeeded in all the ways I hoped it would. People saw through like the clumsiness of it and the randomness, and they found the nuggets that I hope are somewhere in there, you know. That I believe are in there, but I don't know if but I had a dream that they did. I had a dream that people. Now look, this is a bit. You know it's a bit. I put you on hold earlier for it, so this is a bit. And you know it's a bit, but it's not about the fucking fishbowl, you know what I mean? It's not about the fishbowl. It's about trying to take you on a fucking journey. It's about the journey. You know that shit. I had a dream. I had a dream that this. Just really quick, because it relates. I didn't mean to be saying I had a dream in that. I repeated like it was just I was trying to get back on topic, and now I'm off topic again. Because in the front of this notebook, I have written the following: Tom Cruise, 5'7". Dr. Martin Luther King, 5'7". I don't know what I was gonna do with that, but I don't know. Tom Cruise seems like a pretty decent guy with definitely bipolar or something, and definitely using all the physical maintenance required to avoid genuine psychiatry. Sure seems quite manic plenty of the time. He certainly seems to use really regimented living to manage it, and I wish him well, because he's entertained me a lot, and I think he's probably a pretty decent guy. Anyway, I had this dream that this thing actually fucking worked. It was like I had another dream. I had a dream from the second motel I was stuck in, being homeless, after I fucking lost my mind in the hospital. And just like Bradley Cooper showed up randomly in your story, Ryan Reynolds was in that story. When I was in the hospital, I was going through magazines and I was tracking data, and including sexual function, because you know, the medications affect sexual function, and the disease itself affects sexual function. And at one point, as a data point, I wanted to leave some data. I took a magazine that had a picture of Deadpool, mask and everything, and you know, with the help of some lingerie ads, I came all over Deadpool's face, all over his face, and yeah, just in the midst of all that craziness, I blew a load all over Deadpool's face. I wanted everyone to know that. I had a dream when I got out. It was about my project then working out. It was about like there was a big celebration. Like this was this big world-changing event in my efforts. Everyone had a fucking reset of what they thought were their priorities and all that sort of shit. There was a big do. I remember Common was hosting. Trump and Kanye were up in the balcony. They were up there with their, you know, like nurses and stuff, just getting the help they needed. 2018, I just wanted Trump to get some fucking professional help. Thought that might fix some things. Wanted Kanye to get some professional help. I thought that might fix some things. But it was a celebration of me and my efforts. That was a dream I had. Common was there. I think I did some rapping. It's cool. Donald Glover was probably there. I felt good. That was a comforting dream at that time. I was having really vivid dreams. I think that's a side effect. I had another dream that this thing did what it needed to do. Not as big, not as delusional, but still delusional. You know, this hasn't had any success. Nobody knows who I am at this point. I'm a delusional person right now. But it was smaller scale, you know. People like Sarah Haley Finn or fucking what's her face is all over the fucking television. Casting directors, they saw some of the shit I did in this thing, and they're like, "Oh no, he's actually an actor. Like, there's sincerity and candor in there too, but he's doing some acting, and maybe we can use him. It'd be cool. It'd be a better job than being a janitor. Probably." But in this dream, I had made my mark, I guess. It was probably processed the same way any new content. Like I was the new Tiger King for a fucking few weeks. But I went out to Ohio to your comedy club so that I could see you and so we could talk and so, you know, fellowship. Fellowship with a fellow man. I know you're about that shit. And I guess I had turned into some kind of vagabond or like a traveling. I used to have an idea like maybe I could have a company where they would hire me for like 6 months to be a regular employee. And then at the end of that 6 months, I could tell them everything wrong with their company and leave and have money that wasn't minimum wage. That was an idea I had. I'd be pretty good at that job. It might take like a year. Yeah, entry-level positions, and then at the end of it, I get to tell you everything that's wrong and peace out with a nice check. That seems like a cool, like, consultant, but a little bit mean-spirited. But that's what apparently I'd become this mental health consultant. This kind of like traveling, just a fellowship, you know. Go out and fucking, what's that fucking word? Witness. You go witness to people about my experience. Anyway, you were at that I went to your club, did some performing, I guess. We became friends, became close. And, you know, challenge each other in the right ways. And you were obviously grateful for me steering you out of that fucking clusterfuck you got yourself into with the trans community. Steer you right the fuck out of it, the way Michael Che never would bother to. Because he's busy driving his own fucking rig into that fucking mess. And yeah, we got close. We got to be friends. We got to be so close, in fact, that it's so weird because it was just, I don't know, man. You came out to me. You know, I was saying you'd made great progress, and you were like, no, I haven't. I'm just getting started. And it turned out that the source of all those jokes was you feeling like a lady. Dude felt like a lady. You never had the words to put to it. By the time you had the words, you just couldn't. You'd made too many of the jokes, you know? You didn't know what that feeling on the inside was, and a lot of ugliness came out of that feeling, but you didn't really mean it. You were just trying to express something that you couldn't find a way to express. And I was like, holy shit. You because it was a heavy conversation, you know what I mean? The dream, I'm going to have to elaborate on the dream somehow. I don't have perfect memory of dreams. You know, just... I guess... I'll tell it the best I can. You know I'm going to exaggerate a little bit. I'll just deal with it. And we're still, you know, I've moved into... I might even be living above the comedy club at that point. I hope you wouldn't. No, I think you put me up in a hotel. You put me up in a hotel because you just couldn't, you needed that. I don't know what kind of connection you felt with me. Maybe you just thought, like, because I was the catalyst, I was some solution to something, which isn't, those are two different things. Chemistry. You felt strength from me being around you, I guess, man. And I tried to lend whatever strength I could to you. Because I felt you. I felt for you. I saw the pain you'd been going through and the pain you'd been inflicting on account of the pain you were going through. That sucks. That's how the world works. I'm a sock puppet. So we went through the fucking process. I do remember that we went through the whole, I'm sure it was just some weird bastardized stereotypical version of it, and I apologize. But we went through the whole, like, therapy and taking stock of your life and big changes, and Michael Che wasn't around anymore, I'll tell you that. He was not there for you. He heard that shit and he was like, nah. And he peaced out and we didn't hear from him for fucking months. He popped up on SNL, he started making jokes about mentally ill people. And then the joke was that, like, he goes crazy if his football team loses. Damn. I tried to slide in some material I didn't have time for. Didn't have time to address it. Yeah, there's some joke on Weekend Update. You're like, oh, this guy's mentally ill, something bad happened. I'd go crazy too if my team lost the whatever something games. You know what I mean? Dude, he's gone. Che's gone. Silverman is just, she says something about look her up after the tits come in. And you don't know if she's serious or not, but you will. You went through the therapy, and you finally... Hormones and therapy, I guess. You got emotional, man. I mean, I'm going to call you man because I don't think you're a real trans person, but if the person in your story was real, then I would feel bad about calling you man, but I'm not gonna, because I'm still just talking to you. But man, you got real emotional and real fucking raw. Real fucking candid with a lot of shit I never fucking thought I'd hear Dave Chappelle talk about. I was there in your corner, bud. You're keeping me at a shit hotel the entire time. But I like hotels. It's like a vacation for me, so it's all right. I'm still just kind of rolling with stuff. Trying not to get hit. And then finally, you made the decision. Not every trans person you were friends with at that point agreed with your decision, but you made the decision to get rid of the dingus. Felt like that dingus had been getting in your way. You're tired of tripping on it. And the hormones are hitting at this time, and I hate to... You've had a little bit of work done on the face. But when you're emotional, you know that voice you used for the For the bottom bitch. She's like, oh, that's how you're talking to me when you're saying like really serious stuff, but all I'm seeing is that fucking, oh yeah, no, like that. It's really just, it's disquieting to see, but I power through it. We're friends at this point, you know, close at this point in the dream. I've known you forever in this dream at this point. You're having a rough time. And it's mostly just being there for you, man. Being there through the times where you're totally certain of one thing and then you're totally certain of the opposite thing the next time I talk to you, because that's how it is when you're trying to fight through this stuff. It's hard to be monopolar when you're dealing with that kind of transition and all the difficult problems we face in reality. We're constantly being bipolar just to manage a classical quantum brain structure. Call me bipolar because my brain don't work so good sometimes. It doesn't mean that y'all ain't bipolar. But you're just going through it. You're just going through it. Your body's flushed with hormones it's not used to, and flushed with thoughts it's not used to, and feelings it's not used to. Going through it, man. And again, the therapist, you got to make sure that you're in a state of mind to get rid of your own genitals. I mean, you are. You're ready to get rid of that fucking dingus. And the day arrives, and I'm there at the hospital because it's a short walk from the motel you got me in. And operation goes great. Recovery goes great. Proper lady. Still a good amount of Dave Chappelle. And I thought it was really classy. You took the name Coretta. I thought that was classy as fuck, man. And also the one, I'm not transphobic, but I hate puns. And I hate the pun of people who transition and make a pun out of their last name into their new name. I don't like that. Yeah. Elliot Page, I hate you as a person because you just went to Elliot. And also your reason was because of Elliot in E.T., which is just the most pussy-ass answer for a dude. I hate you, Elliot Page, because you posted a shirtless selfie so you could prove what a dude you are. Prove you're a real man. Post a shirtless selfie. You became any number of sharp white men, except you're probably still conspicuously concerned with trans issues. And you earned this because of that stupid fucking pun you made. Here's what I don't like. You're asking the people around you to accept something brand new to them. It's not brand new to you. You've had these feelings for however long, but it's brand new to them. And you can't adjust enough to respond to a different opening consonant to someone addressing you. You know what I mean? Hey, Elliot. Like, you know what? I hate it. If David had become DeVita or something like that, I would have fucking pushed him out. I would be like, fuck you. You're an abomination. I still hate people with foot fetishes. I hate them too. With like homophobia, but like foot fetish, I don't like them. I think they should all be, they're bad people. They got mental problems. Lana, I know that the trans community has a different relationship to therapy. I know. It's still not really cool what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's still kind of fucked up and irresponsible. There's not a long enough disclaimer at the start of a movie for that kind of shit at this point. That's just from someone who already went crazy on your first three movies. The first three matrices. Also, I love Speed Racer. Also, I think you're dope. Also, I have a real problem with journalists
insisting things like Elliot Page starred in Juno. If I'm talking to Elliot Page, that person was in the movie Juno. If I'm talking to a reader, I don't want the reader to believe a reality that isn't reality. If Elliot Page had starred in the film, the critically acclaimed film Juno, as a pregnant teenage girl, if Elliot Page had done that, I would have remembered. It would have been a big deal. People would have made a fuss. So that's where I'm having trouble. That's the one thing, Dave, maybe you can relate to that. Maybe trans people could get mad at me for saying something like that, but I feel like it's an editorial thing where editorial wants to respect its subject the way the interviewer needs to respect the subject, and no one's really bothering to respect objective reality that everyone has participated in already, and which exists in a linear time frame in which we can only affect in a linear fashion. The people who want to save Britney Spears and attack Justin Timberlake are idiots. You're idiot children. That's why this is 25 and up. Those children are idiots. I'll talk about them because they're not here. They want to time travel, and their best opportunity for that is to flame Justin Timberlake on Instagram. Justin Timberlake, who is definitely the victim of real shit, which he definitely doesn't want to talk about. And we should respect that. But that's Dave, DeVita, Coretta. The dream is, I don't know, it's weird. I remember her, she's walking up and Coretta is beautiful. She's a beautiful lady. And she is, I don't think it's the hormones at this point. She is just so relieved and scared and excited for the future. And I was there in the dream as like a source of stability or just support. That's all. I didn't do much. I was just there. And obviously it was a dream, so I didn't have to really, even just being there is a task. That's a real thing. People who are just there, I don't want to diminish their accomplishments. In the dream, I just happened to be that person for Coretta, Carrie Weber Chappelle. Michael Che's out making jokes about her on SNL because that's what he thinks he needs to do. And she's standing in front of me, and she's got tears in her eyes, trying to express to me what I've meant to her as she kind of went through this shit. Like on some level, it's so surreal because I can't teach Dave Chappelle anything about comedy, but I made a difference in the life of Carlisle Chappelle that I think we all wish we could have that kind of impact on someone, just helping someone on that level. She's trying to talk to me about everything she's been through, and she's rambling. She's rambling like I'm rambling right now. But I see her, I see the tears in her eyes, and there's a beautiful mix of a proper recipe of emotions behind those tears of just hope and desperation and resolution and looking to the future. Finally feeling like herself, And I looked at those tears in her eyes with that beautiful blend of emotions, and I knew in the dream that those tears I saw in Coretta Chappelle's eyes were the exact same tears that were blinding my own. So I kicked her in the pussy. told you it wasn't about the fishbowl. And didn't say it wouldn't also include the fishbowl. You knew I was setting something up. At what point did you know I was setting that up? Greatest of all time. The greatest of all time. Dave, I resolved not to say the N-word anymore, but I had some words about how you interpreted that Mark Twain prize. Like maybe they switched it out at the end, swapped it out for a different kind of prize related to Mark Twain. We got a Jam Award. All those Jam Awards they give out. I don't like Aziz Ansari either. Guy's a fucking small little piece of shit, dude. This country's in the middle of a mental health epidemic. I'd like to bring comfort to people suffering from it, but at the same time, I'd really like to bring discomfort to the people failing to address it. I flew to a section called Stand Up, so this video will have a little stand up. And you'll quickly see why I gave up on trying to be a stand up. I didn't like it. The thing I didn't like about stand up is that I have a streak of like tearing down pomp, and anytime I did that, I didn't like the response from the audience, like cheering me on for it. Or like oohing me on for it, you know what I mean? I didn't like that whole dynamic. You know, I just want approval. It does not seem healthy. I was thinking about optimism and that old thing about is the glass half empty or half full? That's complicated for me because I'm just excited to get a glass of any. Just hand me a glass, cool. It's a glass, sweet. So that thing, according to that thing, I'm an optimist. I'm a super optimist. But here's the thing. For me personally, if I think about the entire history of mechanized laundry and drying, I don't believe that any article of clothing that was inside out when put into the washing or drying machine has ever spontaneously gone right side out. I know the opposite is true. I know that even if there's a flap or skew, entropy will find that article of clothing and rip it all the way inside out. But I don't believe the opposite has ever happened, ever. And I gotta feel like maybe that's real bad pessimism. This is the other reason I don't really know what is good. You know what I mean? I'm not relatable in big things. Oh, how about Matt Damon? How about Chinese cinema? Remember when Matt Damon was in a movie called The Great Wall, and Americans had a real strong reaction to like the trailer and the information that Matt Damon was in a movie, a Chinese movie, as a white person? They said things like, "Oh, he's playing the white savior stereotype" and all that. You guys watch that movie? You guys watch any movies from China outside of Crossing Tiger and shit? No? Well, let me tell you, Matt Damon did play a white stereotype in that movie, The Great Wall. And the white stereotype he played was the filthy, untrustworthy, dishonorable foreigner who comes to China to try to steal her glory and then is overwhelmed with the majestic life of the People's Republic, and he becomes their champion while bowing to their greatness. That was the stereotype, and I could have told you that as soon as I looked at who was making the movie, because that was where all the information was like, oh, I know that fucking guy. He makes Chinese movies. He loves fucking crazy nationalistic sensations. And I like them because they're different from American ones, but they're still bullshit. Like, just horrible bullshit. It's just, you don't even know enough about the culture you're talking about to complain right. Blame Matt Damon. Oh, Matt Damon. No, you're too racist to actually watch the fucking movie. That's your fucking problem, you fucking mooks. Simu Liu. I'm glad I had time to remember you fucking exist. I got fucking 17 minutes and you made the cut. Good work, buddy. Read the fucking article next time. It was an experiment. You know what the experiment was? Can Marvel get away with a wholesale lifting of major elements of Chinese cinema, acting like they're fucking inventing something? With you, second generation? Yeah. Let me guess, you spent your youth rejecting a whole bunch of traditional shit, and then you hit college, and to impress some hot Asian chicks you met, you pretended you cared about that bullshit your parents were always trying to make you do. And then it didn't always work out, and you started a Reddit handle where you talked about men's rights. You seem like a dickhead who doesn't read the article. And I watched the culture that Dave Chappelle thinks is out to get him. I watched that culture bounce off that shit because there was nothing to fucking stick to. They did their best. They're like, Simu Liu's our new Marvel champion. We better support him. And every comment section I saw was like, we read this article where we learned that Simu didn't bother reading the previous article that he was reacting to. It was about release strategy, you fucking idiot. It wasn't about Chinese people. Also, it was an experiment for American audiences because Chinese people enjoy that by the billions. They already enjoy all of those movies. And then Marvel took a lot of their elements and some Chinese people and made their own. It was kind of a neat experiment, except the part where they cast you, who seems to be maybe a bit of a total fucking douchebag. I wish they had gotten a first-generation Chinese person. I like them better. Second-generation bitch tits. Bitch tits. It's a funny comment because I struggle with bitch tits. I've been doing push-ups, Christian Bale. I've been doing push-ups to try to keep the bitch tits under control. I've been still taking the lithium. Fuck, I gotta take lithium. Taking the lithium, that's a real crazy weight gain strategy I had to really play this role. Rounding things up, I guess I gotta say, my least healthy parasocial relationship through this whole thing was Donald Glover. Childish Gambino. There's a person who did a Facebook fan page for you. I don't know the name of it. I don't want to dox anyone, but they were really nice to me at a time where I was really fucking crazy. I thought we were gonna... I saw how they were doing you dirty on Solo. You know, I don't have time to get into Kathleen Kennedy and how she was the major feature of my last project. How she was the one who was organizing that whole fucking crazy shit that my brother was involved with. I put her in charge. I fucking respected her fucking hustle and shit. I respected who she was, what she accomplished. That's not hustle, just historical facts. But that fucking Solo trailer was out. They did you dirty, man. They did Lando dirty. I was calling Kathleen Kennedy KK. I started calling her KKK. Because I saw they were using Lando just as a fucking alibi for some shit Harrison Ford mumbled 40 years ago, you know what I mean? And we were telling a new story. They were just giving Harrison Ford a fucking alibi. Like, this fucking scoundrel telling stories is telling the truth. And that fucking movie was bullshit to you, dog. You were fucking dope, but it was like, maybe the Chris Lord and whatever Millard, maybe that version would have worked. Like, he's just a fucking dope pimp. That's kind of cool. That's kind of Billy D, but it's not fucking Lando. Lando's a fucking criminal that wound up running Bespin. All the fucking Bespin. Like, that fucking story's better than the story you got, dog.
It's a lot of capes.
Maybe too many.
The story of Han Solo is better than the story we got. And I got myself convinced that I was going to play Han Solo. We were going to fuck throw that stuff in the trash and we were going to restart it. Got confused. Got confused about what real was. I thought you were like a big, you know, like the Martian. You know what I mean? The Martian. That's what I thought I had. I thought I had a team like keeping that good a track of everything. And you were in the mix, just like the Martian. We played Mario Kart together. We did. I mean, I did. The reality was that there's no voice chat on multiplayer Mario Kart, so there was just some really specific emotes and like little text bubbles that conveyed some desperation or need for assistance. And someone with a brown avatar, when they saw me waiting at the start line just to see if anyone was on my fucking team, they waited with me. And I think I even went in reverse, and they went in reverse too. And then we raced. We had a pretty good time. Sure, I was still narrating in the general direction of an iPad or something. It wasn't an iPad, it was a fucking Samsung Galaxy Note. Or not, tablet something. Tab something. S7 maybe, I don't know. Your music is a feature. Your work on Community and Beyond was a feature. My desire to see you come into your own and on Atlanta, as I'd been hearing, was strong. That was a goal. Back in 2018, that was a goal. I wanted to get done with all this mental hygiene, real world, anti-terrorism, super helpful task force thing. I wanted to get that done and get a proper vacation. I was gonna start watching Atlanta from then because I felt like I couldn't watch Atlanta. When I was talking about like testing myself, whether I'm a hater, you were a test because you were both 83, right? I couldn't figure out how to fit into this society where it's so fractured and so stratified and so superposition of a clusterfuck, with everyone collapsing the superposition down into whatever state they like, and that state doesn't stick around because that's not how it fucking works. It floats back up into the superposition so someone else can collapse it in a different way. This is the fucking language I wish we could start talking about. This is what I'm talking about with science is with your fucking lazy, if you start mentioning quantum anything, it's going to seem weird and crazy. Well, it's the foundation of all the fucking nutrients on our planet. I think we could get over how fucking amazing it seems. It's fucking boring and mundane at this point. It explains in a really simple, mundane way a bunch of stuff that we've romanticized into confusion and obscurity. You were the same age as me, and you had some of the same experiences. When I was growing up, I would, I don't know if you had it, or something I think in some interview, maybe. When I was a kid, I had like a little tape recorder, a little tape cassette recorder. And, I would tape I had a tape with Doug and Rugrats. And I think I managed to even edit around the commercials, but I would just listen to that every time I would go to sleep. If I didn't have something on my radio, or if someone told me I couldn't listen to something to go to sleep, I just listen to that. I feel like I heard something else. Land Before Time toys from Pizza Hut was dope. Oh, that's what. Hey, Judd Apatow. You fucking parasitic fuck. You opportunistic fuck. Why you got King of Staten Island now when you should have had King of Stone Mountain goddamn 10 years ago? Or Prince of Stone Mountain, or whatever the fuck he wants to say about Stone Mountain. Pete Davidson, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to make your life easier. I mean, thanks for sharing that shit on Weekend Update about your mental health. Thank you. I don't want anything to do with you, but thank you. You know what I mean, though? You're feeling yourself right now. I don't want to break that flow, you know. Donald Glover. Donald, we hoped you were related to Danny Glover because A, that's how Hollywood works in general, and B, because Danny Glover he helped out in the Angels in the Outfield. He was a feature. He was a feature of my childhood. I mean, he was in Angels in the Outfield and Operation Dumbo Drop. Oh shit, I'm gonna forget half the things he was in back then. It was him and James Earl Jones. Coming to America was dope. I didn't have a lot of access, man. I didn't have a lot of access. That Coolio song was the closest I got to like hip hop until Eminem came around. You didn't even make the cut, man. Here's what I wanted to tell you, you were a feature of that fucking last project. Because I was fully convinced that saying something negative about your daughter was like saying Candyman in a mirror 3 times. I thought he would just appear. I thought that activated your superpower, and I thought I don't know. You would care about the nuance and the context of how it was said. But
Sorry about that. Didn't work. Thought it would. Donald, I'm glad that this is how it happened. I didn't want to drag you into this shit. I already dragged you into the last one. And there's a little bit more at the end. I apologize for it. It was just I couldn't be true to what I experienced without including you, and I'm sorry. Seth Rogen, we're still cool. I hope you didn't take that segment the wrong way. End of list. Matt and Trey, you fucking... Was that fucking documentary seriously 44 minutes? It was a double episode, 44 minutes. That's all you fucking gave me. All this shit with CryEngine? Why do you think I was doing it like that? I'm self-contained everything. Because you guys went back and you got HD remasters of your entire fucking series. I thought you were goddamn geniuses. I saw your video games are amazing. You're so fucking smart. And I know you don't want to be boring to yourselves by droning on, but you employ enough people who would like to talk about boring things that I'd love to hear about. I'd love to hear about all the technical details that go into one episode. You just wanted to fucking get past it. You want to get past the whole fucking thing because you didn't like these people in your fucking space. And I get that, but I just wish you shared better. I'm not Bill Hader. I'm not Christian Shaw. I didn't get those fucking spots. I don't know that I could survive on that. I don't know how I'm going to do any of this. But Burnham, if I think that any of this is actually going to make the impact I want it and need it to make, I will have a panic attack. Just so we're clear on how those things work. I know that with my fucking mentally ill brain, if I really project out any reality where I'm successful here, I've already tried it. It just doesn't feel good. Donald Glover, I failed you, man. I failed you because I should have kept pace or something and used my whiteness to fucking carve a path. Because I kept waiting for you to fucking bounce and fucking hit. You know what I mean? And I'm still waiting for it. And black people know you hit with fucking childish, and some white people do, but most white people are just like, make a movie of Community. He's never gonna fucking do it, and I hope he doesn't, and I'll try to make sure he doesn't. Dan Harmon, you escaped. I got 2 minutes left. I got less than 2 minutes left. The people I've missed in this endeavor are still on the fucking list. I might add things to this later. I don't want to, but I might. This was 12 hours of me. This is what I managed to do in 12 hours.
I mean, I'm gonna have to take like my phone and do like a video of like a light going over it or something. Maybe I can do that. No, I gotta get ready. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. This is a